Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Go until you're out of sight and you're out of my mind. Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Floating as the river flows, easy as it goes to the ocean. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never try. Secrets in your eyes. You go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart, heart. Breaks my heart, 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 heart. Breaks my heart, 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 heart. Breaks my heart, heart, heart. Breaks my heart. Lost in the midnight blue, shadows of the moon. Here with open arms for you, feeling something so new. Said with me you'd reach the sun, oh but we were so young. Love me till the summer's done, but keep me in your heart, so I hold on. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never try. Secrets in your eyes. You go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart. Colors of the sky, breaks my heart. All I see is colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. Colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. But all I see is colors of the sky. Colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. All I see is colors of the sky. Sky. me to the ground now, and somehow I feel like you don't know me. Shook me to the ground now, I don't even know how. Brought me to a life that you never showed me. Coming from the locked up ghost of yourself, but you're coming from the light. There's more to you than you ever thought there was. Yeah, you're coming from the light.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome. My name is Resorty, and to you, one and all, I say, hello, friends. How's it going? Welcome on in. Hope today's been good for you so far. Here is a Wednesday morning, I think. Is that right? A Wednesday morning, the 3rd of January. 1324. So close. So close. Last year it was, what, 1224? Nope. Last year was on January 1st, it was 1123. Now 24 does not work. Anyway, we're talking about dates here. That's how it's going. Hope things are going well for you today, though. Wherever you are in the world, it's awesome you chose to spend a few minutes with me here. Thank you for that. And yes, we do dates backwards. It's true. Here in Japan, we do the year, then the month, then the day often. The year, of course, we have different years here than in the rest of the world. We use regnal dates by which or from which the emperor has been elevated to the throne, coronated, I suppose. And these are used in the exact same way as the normal calendar years. So 2024 is the 6th year, I believe, of the current emperor. Yeah, exactly. The Reiwan number right now. I think it's the 6th year. It's either 5th or 6th year. I can't remember which one. And yeah, like I was born during the like 60th, 58th year maybe of one of the emperor's lives, and so you got to remember this kind of thing to fill out your governmental paperwork because they want the official year, not the calendar year. That's how it goes. Anyway, how the heck is it going, folks? Today we got some more Crusader Kings III. Today we're hanging out and enjoying a game I've been loving so far. It's our 3rd day on this playthrough, and we're getting closer and closer to a really fun outcome. An achievement I've never done before. Should be great. Let me get some hellos real quick, though. Pepper, hi friend. Rocks Live, welcome in. Good to see you, New Hampshire's. Hello to you. Hello to Jim and Gruff. Gruff, you're absolutely right. Yesterday we got a national alert on the NHK system. The day before we got the national alert for the earthquakes. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Now 60 or so people have died. And then today we got the alert about the airplane on fire. Apparently a Coast Guard airplane crashed into a passenger airplane in flight, and a Japanese airline flight had to like land in flames. So it was like something absolutely out of a movie. Luckily no one on the plane, the passenger plane was killed or hurt, but yeah, crazy times in Japan. Hopefully everything settles down, because if we get a national alert every single day of the year, it's going to be a little bit rough for sure. Hello George, hello Grobzilla, hello to you Team Ramrod. Jim, did I say hi? Pepper, did I say hi? I don't know. Good seeing y'all for sure, though. Good seeing y'all for sure. New Hampshire's hello. Oh, never mind. The Coast Guard plane was on the runway on the ground. Okay, I knew that the landing was involved, but the plane had just landed, and then they hit each other. Got it. That makes a lot more sense. It's a little more congested on the ground than the air, I suppose. Windy, hello. How we doing today? Tiger Burning. Secretara. Tiger Burning says, who got a lovely card and note today? Oh boy, it's you. Friends, I've been so pleased, so delighted, so excited that so many of you have been getting your holiday cards from me today. Some of you have posted pictures over on the Discord or sent me private messages or mentioned it in chat. Feel no obligation, but at the same time, I really do appreciate knowing they've arrived at least, because yeah, I had all of these things in my hand, and I put them in a box, and I said, good luck, friends, and they've gone across the world, going everywhere, and that's so cool. Earlier today, I was sitting on the computer, having my coffee, ostensibly reading the news, and then Noms looked over and said, why are you grinning so hugely? And I said, oh, am I? And she said, yeah, you had a giant smile, which you tend not to have while reading the news. And I recognized it was because I was reading these nice things you all were saying about getting your cards. And I was just so pleased to be able to make that kind of connection. So my goal as of right now is to do the New Year's card thing again next year. We'll see if it happens, but I think it should. And so thank you. Thank you for receiving the cards. Thank you for being interested in receiving a card from me. If I sit there seriously and say, okay, who in the world outside of stream would really want a card from me? I've got like my grandparents and 2 or 3 friends. Those are the limited set of people. My parents also, I suppose. But knowing there's so many of you, 100 of you who want to have my cards, very exciting. So thank you for that. Hopefully if they've not gotten there yet, they'll get there soon. I see they haven't all made it in absolutely perfect condition. I think Klaus's has a little bit of like pizza grease on it or something. Klaus, sorry. I swear it was unsullied when it left my home. But good to have you here for sure. Jonky Kong, hello. So happy to see you online today. Thank you. It's so happy to be here today on this lovely kind of cold morning. Speaking of which, I should turn on the heat in this room. Yesterday, Noms and I acquired one of the greatest inventions known to man, and I will not bury the lead. The invention is the humidifier. It has been so unbelievably dry here this winter. Every winter is, but this year we finally said, that's enough. And because we were both feeling just so unbelievably itchy, we were feeling like our skin was starting to crack. At night, our noses would come to hurt overnight. We woke up with like dry awfulness on our nose. And so, yeah, we bought a humidifier. And we're not quite sure how to work it because all the instructions are in relatively formal Japanese. So we're working on figuring that out. But last night we turned it on for a little bit and woke up feeling better this morning. We had a humidifier back in the US. Unfortunately, the water we had in the US was so minerally that when the humidifier when the humidifier was running, it would lead to powder all over the house. Some kind of mineral powder showing up everywhere. And so our entire home had this like thin layer of white dust. Luckily here in Japan, that's not as minerally, and so we didn't have any problem with that. Yeah, those of you mentioning distilled water, you paid attention in high school chemistry. This guy didn't. So, but yeah, we absolutely should have used distilled water because it was so annoying to have to dust constantly, and I think at some point we just gave up and said, fine, we now live in a place with ash everywhere, we'll clean it up in the spring. So that's how it goes. Hey, Jim, your card arrived. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Yeah, I'm glad you got it. I'm glad that you appreciate the note. Yeah, that's very lovely. Very, very lovely. But the humidifier we have now has not thrown out any water mess or anything else mess. And hopefully it's a good thing for us. So that's that. Past that, yesterday I had a meeting with one of my colleagues. The term is coming in earnest. Our final syllabuses are due in on Friday, and she's teaching this class for the first time ever. First time ever. And so she's so concerned and frankly trying to do way, way too much. She wants to have the perfect class with the best themes and the perfect readings and videos and I keep telling her, it's your first time out. Be gentle with yourself. It's gonna be okay. But I think she's gotten to the point now where she has so overloaded the class that she can no longer see what's actually structural that she needs and what she can pull out with no problems. So it's due in 2 days. I'm sure she'll figure it out, but it was a good meeting. I enjoyed spending time with her. I always do, because she is so eager to teach well. But I think she's doing the thing a lot of faculty do, which is a new class must be good class. Especially at a school like this one, a relatively small school, faculty do get reputations, and so your first time out, you're setting the tone for the students of what kind of class it's going to be, and then they'll all go tell their friends, and maybe people sign up or maybe not, and we'll see. But always a good time to talk about pedagogy, a good time to sit and chit chat. Also just talked about life a little bit too, about how the break has gone. I think both of us said we didn't do everything we planned to do. I always have this feeling that my academic breaks can get anything done. They are infinite. So I'll say things like, I'm going to read 5 books this break. I I got through a couple. That's good, but I still have a week or two left, I suppose. So I'll do some more reading there. Am I right to think, though, that many of you are already back to work or are going to work very soon again? I realize as a lucky academic, I do get longer breaks twice a year than a lot of other folks do. So hopefully, if you're headed back to work, HPGR back on Wednesday. Yeah, as you're heading back to work, I hope the break has been good for you. I hope in your heart you're feeling rested and looking forward to 2024 a little bit. Like, I recognize that we don't, excuse me, there's no natural break between end of December and start of January, right? The idea of what a year is not a natural fact in the world. We kind of press it onto, this, onto the manifold, what we got going here. And we say, 2023 over, 2024 good to go. And there's no, pardon me. My apologies. In the middle of a sentence, gonna explode, can't do that. Yeah, there's no particular reason we should say that 2023, 2024 is a real break. And yet I hope we can act as such. I hope we can say a certain kind of completion, close that chapter, starting on a new page. Blank page, see what goes there. And, I recognize that for some people it's really hard to set aside what happened before. Maybe it's still happening. But for our part, I'm now going to say, this year will be a good year. I believe that going in, and a kind of optimism I tend not to have. I tend to be defensive pessimism guy, which says, if I worry it'll be bad, then when it's bad, I won't be surprised. This year, though, we're showing up with a smile. Things will be okay, at least. So, hope that's true. We'll find out in the coming months. Gruff, as an emergency medicine physician, you're always working. Yeah, during my breaks, I very rarely have periods of pure idleness. Like, there's not that many days of staying in bed and scrolling on the phone all day. But I know there's a different, rise and fall to my days when I don't have to teach. Teaching requires a certain kind of energy that makes me very, very tired at the end of it. Where working on syllabuses, doing reading, this kind of thing, builds me up more. This is the part of the story where I say, I'm kind of introverted in that I get built up most of all by being alone. And streaming is so strange, because I know I'm with you all. I'm together in some sense, and yet I get built up by it also. It's a nice intermediary between the two possible ways of engaging the world, alone or with lots of people around. I thought Noms was coming down to talk today, so I'm currently just actively riffing in the hopes that Noms will come wandering in soon. I'm gonna go see if she's still coming. Because if not, we can move on to the game, we can do some other things, that'll be fine. But she has some stories she wanted to share, so pardon me for about 10 seconds. I'll leave the microphone on so you can hear me call out to Noms. Baby, are you coming to visit? Might be unexpected surprise. Alright, we managed to get ourselves a Noms. Very good, very good. Hello, Noms, how's it going? Noms, get your hood on first. Oh boy, rising from the deep. Looking like part of a lobster, I believe. Who dat? It's Noms. You are absolutely delightful. Thank you for your, hilarious entrance this time. I keep thinking that you've entered the stream in all the possible ways you can, and then you find new ones.
I need to hang from above.
I was thinking that. Yeah, we gotta find a way to get you, the Peter Pan ropes, and so you can fly in while yelling out, Wendy, Peter, John, Tinkerbell, come on, you're flying.
Yeah.
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 I can come in through the window. There's a window over there.
There is a window over there. Does it actually open?
Yeah?
I mean, I know it opens.
I think I've had it open before when you are not in the country. So that you're safely protected from the eyes
outside
of our neighbors.
Yeah, I mean, being on street level with a window feels very, very strange. especially if I'm standing here yelling at the wall or playing video games. I think I'd feel strange with someone watching me and like, look, it's big white man playing video games. They are lazy, I knew it.
You know that there are people who work like, especially like real estate agents. I feel like they work in glass boxes.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good
Like
point.
you walk by and they're sitting there all day long
I wonder,
at their little desks.
I wonder how much that is performative. So you can see that they're working hard, and you'll know then they'll work hard for you.
I don't know. It could just be that's the building. Like that's how it came.
But I could easily
what are you
imagine.
gonna do? Tear down the walls?
Or put up blinds. Like have blinds across every single window and make sure that no one can ever see me. Possibly. Yeah, we've talked before about various radio stations around the country, at least in the U.S., where you can see the live broadcast happening. The most famous example that's in my life is WGN Radio in Chicago. There's a window you can walk by, and you'll see the people in there talking to their cans, putting on music.
Is that on Michigan?
It's on Michigan Avenue.
Yeah,
Absolutely
I've walked
right.
by it
Absolutely
before.
right. And I thought, okay, what would it be to have a place where people could come and watch me stream? But then I realized what works so well about WGN is that people actively listen to it regularly. If people are not Resorty Channel viewers, they'll have no interest in like seeing this strange man talking to the microphone.
You could put a QR code on the outside.
I could. Do I want my channel flooded with Japanese speakers who happen to be walking by? Maybe so. Viewership, they'll watch the ads too. Hey, CS Prof, good seeing you. Tom Skilling is retiring from WGN. Oh my goodness. Tom Skilling has been the weatherman on Channel 9 WGN in Chicago for as long as I've been alive. And, I mean, that makes sense. He's probably in his 70s now. But he's such an enthusiastic person. And of course, the one big fact about Tom Skilling, do you know it, Noms?
No, I'm reading chat. We have an ultrasonic humidifier.
So we've been discussing humidifiers.
I see this.
Absolutely. So Tom Skilling, the weatherman at WGN. There's one really interesting trivia bit about him.
He's not Al Roker.
He's not Al Roker, that's true. Al Roker is what, NBC in New York? Yeah. Big fact is that he is the brother of Jeffrey Skilling, who was one of the major figures in the Enron scandal back in the 90s. And it's a very awkward thing to have WGN covering the misdeeds of Jeffrey Skilling. And then over to you, Tom. Time for the weather. It must be an awkward position. I think he came out publicly saying, I can still be a newsman because I don't talk about financial news and court cases and so on. But yeah, how it goes. Do you want to talk about the humidifier? Do you want to tell what kind of humidifier?
No, I think you already discussed the humidifier.
Yeah, the big thing I discussed is we haven't gotten that white film that we got back in Nebraska.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Yeah, it's possible that the water is less mineral-y.
That's what I was thinking. Because in the U.S. we had the water softener, where every couple months I'd go dump giant bags of salt into it.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot
Yeah,
about that.
yeah. And so I wonder if what we're seeing caked about the house is actually salt crystals or
Yeah.
salt powder or something.
Yeah.
But who
That's
knows?
very possible. We didn't lick it, so we don't know.
I mean, you didn't lick it. I don't know if you saw it. Anytime I'm like, this food needs salt, I went and rubbed it on a table a little bit first.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
It does come with a little filter that we failed to install. And also some other, like, absorption pad that we also did not install. Interestingly, the booklet doesn't tell you how to install it either.
You just meant to know.
Guess so.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. It worked well last night. We'll make it even better next time. Yeah, so yesterday, during stream, while I was standing here talking with folks, you went on a big adventure. Mm-hmm. Do you want to talk about your big adventure?
I went to the Nature and Science Museum.
Yeah, the National Nature
Yeah.
and Science Museum.
Yeah.
How was that?
So I really like the Field Museum in Chicago. This was not bad.
Yeah, you said last night repeatedly that you were so spoiled by going to the Field Museum in Chicago regularly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in what way did this place not add up to or compete well with the Field Museum in Chicago?
No dioramas.
Yeah, you absolutely have loved seeing artifacts or skeletons or taxidermies or whatever else in situ. It's kind of situation where you're able to understand the relationship to things around. Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, instead here.
They're just hanging out in a box with nothing else in it, except maybe some other animals that may or may not be from the same climate.
Yeah, the pictures you showed me yesterday felt very much like the rest of Tokyo. Everything is so jammed in, and there's more and more people and more things.
Here are all the animals.
Exactly right. I mean, there is this one giant box of taxidermy you showed me.
Yeah.
And
you can show them too.
Maybe I can find it. I'm not sure, but
I'm sure.
What's the phrase to look for though? Is it just box of taxidermy? That doesn't seem quite right.
It's called just look up
National Science Museum of Japan.
Yeah, Tokyo.
Tokyo, okay, and then animals.
Yeah.
If I find the picture, I'll show it to you all. If not, I'm not going to make you look through my images page here.
There it is.
There it is.
Came
okay.
Right up.
Absolutely, it did. All right, give me just 1 second. We'll bring it over on this screen, and then. Oh, thank you. So there it is. There it is. This is the giant box of animals, and I mean, oops, wrong button. It's absolutely cool. Right, absolutely cool to see.
I went in and I instantly took a picture because I was like, am I in the Lion King?
All the beasts gathered together in one place.
Okay, there we go. That's my singing for today.
That's good. I thought we would not get any nom singing today, but there you are.
There you go.
Yeah, and so, I mean, what's nice about it is you can see each of the animals by walking around and seeing this and that. But you said that
Well, you can, except there are children going right in front of it.
There were. Yesterday was a very child-heavy day, you said, because...
I suspect every day is a child-heavy day. I think this museum is for children.
I see.
And here I was, lone adult.
I mean, did you ever pretend that one of the children was yours?
No.
You're like, of course I'm here for a reason. This one's mine.
No, I'm just the weird adult that has headphones on, walking around, looking at stuff.
Yeah, you said that having your headphones on helped you to not feel overwhelmed by the crowds and the sound and so on.
Yeah. It makes Tokyo manageable.
See, you used the word manageable. The word was in my mind. You've talked before that when it's snowing outside and you walk around with music going, it doesn't feel manageable. It feels, do you know the word?
Like I'm in a movie. Cinematic.
Magical is the word you've used previously.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But yeah, I like that very much. But I think it's good. Like, you can imagine more than a few romantic comedies being The Winter Snows Falls. Here's some lovely background music for you.
I also, I was listening to a playlist based on the first 2 seasons of The Bear. And they have a fair bit of, like, 9 Inch Nails when they've gone into their, like, Trent Reznor in his soundtrack mode.
Sure.
And, like, 9 Inch Nails in their, like, soundtrack-ish sounding music. And that works very nicely with this, actually.
That's wonderful.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
maybe I should have put on The Lion King when I entered this room. But yeah, it's like this kind of peaceful, vaguely ambient sounding music. I don't think this is how Trent Reznor wants his music to be described, but yeah. I
mean, I think it's true though. On certain of his cinematic soundtracks, there are more peaceful scenes. I think he did the soundtrack for There Will Be Blood. And there are lots of scenes just looking at the desert or looking at some oil coming out, and some of it's very industrial, but other is kind of peaceful in a way.
Yeah. So yeah, I tend to like to think about how it is that a museum is put together. I didn't want to judge them. I didn't want to be like, oh, well, this is not the Field Museum. But, I tried to figure out what is it that this museum is doing. Because it's clearly not even trying to be the Field Museum. You can actually see the giant TV here. This is the giant TV that
so on the left-hand side here, there's a giant television.
That displays the habitat in which these animals should be living.
Yeah, so you said that a lot of, instead of having dioramas or things behind that might indicate the savannah or whatever, it would instead be a video to watch or a picture to see that would give you the abstract tools necessary to combine it with what you're seeing.
You go back to the thing, there might be other pictures
Very
of it.
good. Let me mention real quick, friends, first ad break is coming, 3 minutes of ads, we'll talk through it. On the other side of that, we'll talk a little bit more, and then we'll do some CK3. It's coming, I swear.
Actually, scroll up.
Scroll up.
You see a little bit on the right there.
Yeah, so we pull up this photo in new tab. We can then see that's very
Oh,
small.
Lord.
This is not a good photo. Here, I'll zoom in. The 3 pixels will help you see.
But you can see how there's like,
Yeah, a number of televisions here and there and everywhere. And yeah, I want to point out though something you said, which is they weren't even trying to be.
No.
They weren't even trying to be the Field Museum.
No, and I think that's fine, right? I think it's fine not trying to be the. Oh, I didn't realize that they have the Hachko there.
Yes. Is that actually the taxidermy Hachko, or is this just a reconstruction of that?
I'm not sure.
Oh god, that's the link.
Yeah, I'm not sure. They had a lot of Hachko. It says it's called Hachi taxidermy, so it might be her. Him.
That's amazing, him. Yeah. Do you want to tell the story of Hachiko?
You are welcome to tell it.
Yeah. So Hachiko is a national hero in Japan, and there is an important statue of Hachiko outside one of the busier train hubs in Shibuya, and it's a very common place for people to meet. You know, Shibuya is so busy, you won't be able to find your friends, so you say, let's meet at the Hachiko statue. And so there's a statue of this dog, there's the taxidermy of the dog here, which is ridiculous, and what it is a dog who waited for its master every day at the train station, and the master would come home and spend time with the dog and he would walk home, and then the master died. And like in a movie, the dog continued sitting at the train station day after day. This is like that episode of Futurama, and that is unfortunate for sure to bring that to mind. So the symbol of loyalty, here in Japan, loyalty is a profoundly important trait, it's a profoundly important value. And so to a lot of Japanese people, Hachiko is the ideal of loyalty and dedication.
Yeah.
Even though it's kind of self-destructive. Like
it is.
Like the idea
it
of...
seems like a codependent relationship.
It was probably good for dogs, but perhaps not so good for humans.
Yes. Particularly because the dog is dependent on humans.
It is true. It is true. Domesticated through and through. That
Yeah.
poor dog, yeah, absolutely.
Well, there he is now.
Yeah.
And there's lots and lots of merch.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so the gift shop was divided into like the areas like astronomy, dinosaurs. The plants area was one tiny wall. The botanicals area. And there was a whole Hachiko section.
Yeah, did you have to go through the gift shop on the way out?
You do not.
Okay, so it's not quite Banksified.
No, it's an option, but there were tons of kids stuff there. Like
The bear.
there were about 3 bears in the whole place.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because there was one in the Japan exhibit. There was like a grizzly, and there was some other stuff. A little bear. There are bears.
I actually saw a news story yesterday, the day before, saying that bears are expanding their territory here in Japan because of something involving overpredation of their, or maybe overpopulation, which is leading to overpredation of their normal prey, and so they're looking for more prey. In conclusion, make sure you have your little bear bell, which will alert the bears that you're nearby, and they'll run away and not eat you, hopefully. All we ever want, not to be eaten.
Aguilao said that, yeah, the dioramas are a product of an earlier style of museum design. I can see that.
This is at the Field Museum.
Yeah, I mean, the Field Museum is an older style of museum. And I think, I grant that there's a certain amount of, like, fantasy there in terms of what we think is happening. I think I'm just amazed at the skill at the Field Museum ones, because there's like multiple layers of things going on, and they look really awesome. And they wrote a whole book about the guy who made those.
That's very cool. Let me mention before anything else, this creature in the upper left-hand corner here, this is known as Sue, the Tyrannosaurus Rex. It was one of the red-letter days in Chicago history when we won Sue, beating out a bunch of other American museums. And so Sue the T-Rex is sort of the centerpiece of the entrance area of the Field Museum, along with an airplane, I think.
I don't remember at this point.
Yeah, there's a giant airplane that hangs from the ceiling, I'm pretty sure. Now, maybe it's actually the one that has science and industry.
Okay.
I may be wrong about that. The airplane is in a different museum nearby. But yeah, so there's a book written on the people who... Here you can see a little bit of diorama.
There's one guy. Not like
person.
that. Not like that.
Well, no,
diorama.
I think on the left-hand side here, maybe? Oh, it's too small. Never mind.
Kind of. They're usually enclosed in a box.
Okay. I remember the one that's kind of wide open of, here are the cave people. That's the one that always comes to mind for me. But yeah. Yeah, so these are the ones in the box. Oh, don't they have the lions that eat people?
Maybe.
I think they have the lions that eat people, but this is the kind of thing you'll see.
Yeah, well, usually there's, like, the one on the left is actually a better example of it.
I don't know how to get to that one.
Yeah, but usually there's, like, a wall with a painting on it, and in front of the painting there's some, like, shrubbery and other sort of three-dimensional scene setting, and then there's also, yeah, this.
What is this confusing shenanigans up here? The most majestic reptiles of all. Ellipses hyenas?
I don't
See, this
know.
is the kind of thing you wouldn't see at the Japanese museum because it's just going to lead to confusion.
Yeah.
And, like, ironic pairing is something we do not do here in general.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're pretty great. Oh, the bears, the bears.
Yeah, see, so there's, like, a painting, and then in front of the painting there's shrubbery.
Yeah. And people.
There was a capybara at the place I went to yesterday. A taxidermy capybara.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's absolutely great.
Yeah.
So I think I told Noms that next time we're back in Chicago, which is where my family lives, we will definitely go to the Field Museum, and your sense of what a good museum is will be maintained at its highest possible point.
Yeah, Atlas Obscura calls them Powell Cotton dioramas.
So maybe Paul Cotton is the person who made that.
Yeah, or something like that. Yeah, I started reading the book about the person, and then I just didn't have time to read it. But, and they also have the taxidermied extinct and soon extinct birds exhibit, which I really, really like. Yeah. I think it's that here are a few things about the Field Museum. One, like, it's so big you don't have time to go through and look at everything, which I really like. And I tried yesterday. I built in a lot of time to go see this museum because I was told it was very big.
Yep.
On the website, it all says very big. Make sure you plan it out. I saw everything.
Yeah, I have a sense that this is your goal every time. Your goal is, I want to catch it all. I want to see, if I'm here, I should engage with as much as possible.
Yeah.
And the Field Museum defeats you in that.
Also, the Art Institute of Chicago.
Art Institute of the Law. I mean, yeah, again, we were very spoiled to come from Chicago. Those who live in D.C. or near D.C. have a similar thing with the Smithsonians.
Yeah.
Because the Smithsonian is how many different museums, like scads and scads. It's absurd. Yeah. And so, we'll have to go to the Art Institute also. And
look at the giant Syrah.
Absolutely. I think the item we're planning to see next in Japan is the big old tsunami wave painting, which...
Oh.
Yeah, we talked about that, right?
Yeah. I don't know if it's next, but yeah.
Soon. You know the tsunami thing, right? I don't want to look for... It's called
Hokusai. H-U... U... K-U.
Okay, Ku.
It's Hokusai Museum. There it
cool.
is.
Yeah, this thing right here. You've probably seen it before. It's probably the most famous Japanese creative project since or until anime, most likely, or mecha, who knows. And I think we said this yesterday. I'm not exactly sure what the big deal is. Like, it looks cool, but it doesn't fill me with any kind of a special pride or happiness or anything else. Now, I'm not Japanese, of course, so maybe I've missed out on the cultural narrative around it. And the fact I know, of course, is something golden ratio, but I'm not sure.
I don't even know that either. That said, it seems like it might be at the Met.
Well, in that case, we won't be watching it.
Well, but it could be that, like, if these are all wood blocks, that's pretty impressive.
There may be multiple printings then.
There may be other wood blocks to see.
36 views of Mount Fuji. Wood block print. There you go.
Yeah,
there you go.
yeah.
So possibly it's the case that the Met Museum stole it from us, and now we must engage in the repatriation to Japan.
Oh, and okay, he also used Prussian blue. That's interesting.
So Prussian blue, I know you've mentioned this previously. What is Prussian blue, and why is it a notable feature?
Yeah, I think it's like this blue ink that was used in a certain time period, and it was very, very difficult to get a hold of, or it was like very blue.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
It was like a big deal.
Yeah. Was it made with an unusual substance it's hard to get now?
I think so. I just don't remember. I listened to a podcast on it.
Am I impressed by the Mona Lisa? See, the answer is no. I mean, it's fine.
Have you seen it?
I mean, I've seen, like, the photos.
Yeah, I've never seen it, so I can't say.
I've also seen photos of it in its location hanging on the wall in Paris. and it's horrible because
You can
hundreds
actually
of
see it,
people are jammed in to see this relatively small painting. Like, maybe if I saw it in person, I'd be amazed, but I don't know. I think part of it is, as we discussed before about many creative productions, it's overhyped, right? It's just one more painting. And anytime I go to an art museum, even if things that aren't super famous, I'm delighted by the variety of pictures that are drawn and photographs, that's not the word, portraits that are drawn, etc., etc. And yeah, possibly I don't fully understand the like composition and era of creation and so on. I don't have the art history to appreciate what it is, and so it's just a picture of a lady. And this sounds
They
like
need to make a movie about it. Like as opposed to the girl with the pearl earring, it should be the lady with the enigmatic smile.
I mean, isn't there a film called Mona Lisa's Smile?
Yeah, but I think it's about women at a college, a women's college.
So the Mona Lisa is not the eponymous of the painting.
I don't think so.
I see. I haven't seen it. I just know the title, unfortunately.
The other wood blocks made by Hokusai looked cool.
Yeah, I think we'll go to Hokusai Museum. We'll take photos for folks, maybe, or just talk through it. But yeah, you said there's a documentary also on Hokusai, right?
Really?
Or maybe I said there probably is one. We should find it.
Okay.
But yeah, it should be good. Should be good. I don't know. I want to be an elitist about art, but I don't understand how to be. So instead, I take my standard view, which is, as you know, someone worked very hard on this. And anything that someone works hard on, I'm willing to take seriously on its own terms and try to appreciate the effort given. So even if I don't fully enjoy these things, a lot of contemporary political art I find confusing. I want to like, but don't quite know how to do so. But I'll still say, wow, someone was trying to make an important point here. Can I find my way to it? And that helps me to not have the standard response of, oh, I could have done that, which I think a lot of people do have in response to contemporary art. They're trying to push the border of what is art, etc. Noazer says what is a PBS documentary about Hokusai.
Oh, okay.
So we should definitely check that out before we go. Though I worry it will repeat everything on the wall at the museum.
Don't want to. Then again, we won't be able to read the didactic. So, I think woodblock is really cool because I think someone does have to work very hard on it. Like first to create the image on the woodblock, and then in the application and the printing of it. So like if this is a woodblock print.
That's not it.
Oops.
Oh gosh, pushing all the buttons.
Oops.
Pushing all the
If
buttons.
that's a woodblock print, that's really impressive because first he had to carve all that in, and then he had to appropriately apply the paint on the different. I don't know how many print levels this is, right?
Yeah. So I know very, very little about printmaking. I know that most of the schools at which we've taught have had some printmakers.
Yeah.
So people who do the work of carving things out and creating them and then doing the easy work of making thousands of copies and calling each one a different artwork. But yeah, I think it's something you've mentioned you might want to get into.
I think it's really interesting. And I think there's like a bazillion different kinds of printmaking too. So.
Yeah, some years back you had an applicant for a job who told you about a kind of printmaking that's made with plates of plastic, I think?
Yeah, instead of wood block, it's some sort of different substrate, is it called?
Okay.
That you carve into because it's easier to learn, it's more forgiving, and I think it's also more like it's cheaper and it's more accessible.
I see.
There's also like lithograph that I don't really understand, but it has to do with stones, obviously.
Yeah, there's that, and there's like copper print also, I think. Yeah, it's a wide variety of media that one can use to create these printings or pressings. Yeah, I mean, it's something that maybe in our old age we'll take a continuing education class on.
Yeah.
When we're retirees and lifelong learners, and we'll say, oh, you kids don't know how good you have at being students.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also something that a lot of kids do in elementary school with like sponges, where you like, is it sponges or different things that you can kind of cut into and carve out, and then you like dip it in your thing of ink on an ink pad, and then you make stamps, right? It's the same idea.
So I have trouble remembering elementary school, but this feels vaguely familiar to me.
I think a lot of elementary schools do this.
Yeah.
It's a craft thing that is accessible for children and doesn't, like, I don't think people really get hurt doing it.
So in between my learning the times tables, which I didn't really do terribly well,
I can't understand.
I mean, I was a very bad student in some measure, and digging through the owl pellets, we must have done some paint pushing. Fun stuff.
Oh yeah, potato. Yeah. That's what people do it with, a potato.
You do a potato. So you carve into the potato and then load it up with paint and then make pressings.
Yeah, like you cut the potato in half so you have like this big flat surface and then you cut into it. I assume it's supposed to teach children about positive and negative like space and how they might conceptualize that the space that they want printed is
the inverse of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty bad at geometry and thinking geometrically. I mean, that's the issue. I didn't go to that day of school, and so I never learned about positive and negative space and like how forms and shapes work.
Yeah, I never took art, so I'm very...
Because you were a choir kid and a band kid.
Yeah, because in the United States, they force you to choose your electives, and foreign language is considered an elective.
Oh, that's right. And that's what you did all the way through. Yeah.
So I think I had 2 elective slots.
Sorry, no, I was terribly sad. And you didn't do driver's ed either.
No,
yeah,
didn't do
too young. Cybercircle says there's an ancient paper shop in Asakusa.
Oh.
That is a wonderful wood block print.
I was in Asakusa yesterday. That was the other place I went to.
Absolutely.
I went to the museum, and then I went over to the big shrine in Tokyo.
Absolutely.
And did Hatsumode.
What is this one called again?
Sensoji.
Sensoji.
Hi, Sensoji-kan. That one.
There it is. Behold, the big temple that's inside Tokyo. And as you rightly said, this is the one Tokyo shrine that seems most traditional. And so it's the kind of place that you'll take tourists when they come to visit us.
Yeah. Because it has, in addition to the main shrine, it has a few other buildings. So it looks very, like, it looks super Japanesey. You can see all the little stalls on the side selling tchotchkes. It did not look like this when I went yesterday. It was more people. Keep adding more and more people.
Here,
That's
I'll add the word
like.
busy or crowded.
Yeah.
Or I could put the name of the festival, because right now it is the New Year Festival, and this is a place, there we go.
Yep, that's more like what it looked like.
Yeah, and so, they're also small. Yeah, I could just probably pull them up inside of the actual, news story instead. Yeah, it's better. All right, so this is what you saw yesterday, though even more crowded as that. And so, what kind of things you see? What kind of things you do?
Yeah, so, this is March. Okay, I'm like, it doesn't have any of the Hatsumode stuff out.
Wait, use of this image in advertising, commercial, or promotional purposes is prohibited. Friends, do not give me any subscriptions while looking at this one. Thank you.
Yeah, so there's a whole bunch of shops. It's called Nakamisedori. There's a whole bunch of shops on this main street leading up to the temple, and they all have either like little street food snacks that you can eat, or you can buy a bunch of tchotchkes, a bunch of tourist tchotchkes. But yesterday, in addition to that, they had like New Year's stuff. So I was actually late, right? Yesterday was the 2nd. Yesterday was the 2nd. People start going there starting at midnight on January 1st.
Yeah, yesterday we had a viewer come in who's here in Tokyo. And
yeah, that's more like what it was like.
Yeah, they said they went to a different shrine, the Meiji Jingu, and there were hundreds of thousands of people there all at once. So I wonder how busy this place gets on New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
Because most people... That's not true. A lot of people go to their local shrine. We have a shrine that's probably like 5 blocks away. And so if we want to go, we go to that one. It's our family shrine. It's our community shrine. But a lot of folks want to be at the big one instead.
Yeah. So you can buy a fortune. I should have brought mine down.
That's right.
You can get a fortune for the next New Year. You put in your 100 yen, and then you like shake this thing, and out pops a stick with a number on it, and that's your fortune. You grab that.
Yeah.
You can also buy a bunch of what are those called? In English?
Is this kind of thing?
Yeah, so I got one
Oh,
of those.
bad fortune.
Ooh, I got a good fortune.
You got a good fortune,
Yeah.
but as you said, the description of the good fortune was not particularly good.
Yeah.
It included things like, it's going to be a rough year for employment and marriage.
I mean, at least mine doesn't say, even if you try to do anything, you can't get along with other people.
Yeah, but it's very much this kind of thing. Entirely Japanese kanji on one side, and then on this side, translated nicely into simpler language for us poor old foreigners.
Yeah.
But yeah, you got your fortune, and hopefully some of it comes true, the good stuff, and the rest does not quite come true.
Yeah.
You said, though, if you get a bad fortune, you don't have to be stuck with it. You can do something else instead.
Yeah, I think you can tie it to this tree if you go back. There's some pictures of it, which is, I don't understand. Like, I didn't grow up in it, so I don't understand it. So I think if you tie it.
Oh, real quick before that, here's the fortune selecting area.
Yeah, you can actually see it here.
Here you go. Okay, so you take this box, you said?
Yeah.
And you shake
Yeah.
your groove thing?
You shake it around, distribute it, and then you turn it upside down.
Right.
And then one stick will come out, and that's your fortune number.
Yeah, and then you pull from a drawer, you open a drawer, and then there's a pile of fortunes for you and all of your friends who get the same thing.
Yeah, because it's such a busy temple, it's like this. I think at other ones, it sounds like maybe somebody will come and like bring one to you or something. But
your happiness in the past was hidden among the clouds, like you lost all your dependence. Going over the mountain with a harp means you've hidden yourself from the world. If you can't meet a hermit after climbing up mountains, you will not feel yourself at ease. You'll be completely at a loss with your empty heart. Happy New Year! Happy New Year, everybody!
I mean, in general, I think in Japan, things are not as like so the area this comes up the most is like in professional evaluations. They tend to be less over the top, like compliments everywhere than in the States. So like letters of recommendation, if you ever get a letter of recommendation from a Japanese person, it's not going to be as flowery and over the top as you get from an American person.
This person worked at our location. They are competent. We found they were sufficiently decent at their job. And this is a good recommendation. Yeah. Where we're probably in the US, you get, this worker was the best person ever. They were essential to the work of the office.
And each person is the best person ever.
Exactly right, because we tend not to publicly talk down anyone but strangers.
Yeah, what is it?
Enemies.
You damn with faint praise?
That's the phrase, exactly right.
Yeah,
but at the temple, if you get a bad fortune, what you do instead is...
I think there's something about tying it to a tree.
Okay.
And then that will... See, I've heard that tying it to a tree makes a good fortune come true, or like it makes a bad fortune go away or something. But then I've heard like if you get a good fortune, some people put it in their wallet because it means that you're going to get money or something. I don't know. But I also read that, so because it's at some of the very large temples, if there's a tree, the trees get overwhelmed and killed. They either make a fence that you can tie it to or whatever.
So the energy of the bad fortunes goes into the tree, and it sacrifices itself for your fortune.
Sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely I'm not someone who accepts this as anything but a cultural tradition, but I find it interesting how people think about their relationship to, to the world through these mediated systems.
Yeah, so there's this, and then they also sell little... what are those called? They're amulets? Protective amulets?
This is a very common thing in Japan. If you see a Japanese child up by themselves, they'll often be wearing one of these.
Most people have one. And I think they're only really good for like a year or something, and then you're supposed to bring it back to the temple once you got it, and they will also burn it for you. You're not supposed to just throw them away. Yeah,
and the first time that Nams ever showed me one of these, I think it belonged to her mother most likely, I immediately had the Western Enlightenment view, which is, what's inside of it? And I think I opened it. And then you said, no, you can't open it. But I'd already done so. And maybe earmuffed if you don't want to hear how the secret works. It's a piece of cardboard.
I thought it was plastic.
It's a piece of cardboard.
Oh.
Yep. It's holy cardboard, surely. But I think lots of traditions, Christianity also, have this experience of taking the mundane object, the bread for instance, and blessing it in a way or recognizing it in a way that makes it something different or important in a way that it isn't its natural items like a bag and some cardboard. So,
thank you, Cyber Oracle. I'll look it up. Yeah, Chronodaya. Yeah, I mean, from kind of a commercial perspective, I think this part of the year helps to fund the temples a lot. When you go up and do your little clap, clap, bow, pray part, most people only throw in 5 yen, which is like 3 cents.
And why do they do 5 yen? You learned this recently.
Yeah, because goen sounds like the Japanese word for connection.
Yeah, so
something.
Throwing in the goen, the 5 yen, is making connection in the world. Yeah, this kind of...
Because you don't want to foreclose things. No foreclosing at the very beginning of the year. Bad.
Yeah, the kind of magic of the words and like the symbolism and just sounds like being really meaningful is something that I don't think about myself. But I see why it'd be important people do attend these kind of things.
Yeah.
We started saying from the commercial perspective, I want to point out these things are good for a year, so to come back and buy another one next year.
That's right.
That's also a good commercial.
Well, because really, they're only charging like 500 yen or 1,000 yen for them.
I can make you a piece of cardboard for 200 yen. Maybe I should stand outside of the temple and offer discount amulets for your friends and neighbors.
Yes. I mean, they do. Remember how we looked last year and our local shrine does like a car blessing for like 5,000 yen or some ridiculous amount of money?
They're willing to bless just about anything. I mean, similar to various churches charging a nominal fee to have a wedding. Because you're using the church in a way that the pastor needs to be compensated for, which I understand. Also, incidentally, as an American who grew up in Christianity, the idea of the temple selling things strikes me as being like so unbelievably uncomfortable.
Yes, but if people are only putting 5 yen into your donation box, even if you get all of the visitors in the world,
yeah, I've mentioned this
doesn't come out to much.
Yeah, I've mentioned this before that the Japanese people just don't have the same understanding of secular and spiritual that the West does. Like the building of the shrine, inside of it is seen as being sacred. In certain moments when you're doing your ritual, the bowing, the clapping, and so on, this is also sacred. But when it comes to just outside, you can buy food, right? You can buy trinkets, you can buy lots of stuff. And I think for the West, the economic exchange is completely anathema to the spiritual exchanges.
Yeah, I mean, there's also no regular services with an offering plate. So how are these people supposed to, pay for the... I'm sure this place gets painted very frequently.
It needs to be that bright blue,
in
bright
terms
red.
Of, upkeep, yeah. Just because it has so many people come through it. But yeah, yesterday they also had a bunch of street vendors setting up with basically state fair food.
Did you get an elephant ear?
I did not, but I got some yakimanju, so some stuffed rice cakes, not rice cakes.
We can pull it up. It is made of rice though.
Yakimochi maybe? I don't know.
Okay.
No.
No. Kind of.
Kind of, yeah.
So yakimanju might work instead.
Try that.
Yep.
No.
I mean, it is this kind of thing. It's a biscuit or a dumpling maybe that doesn't have meat inside, but instead has anko paste.
Yeah, you
so
can
red
get
bean paste.
red bean paste. I had one that had eggplant.
Yeah. Apparently yakimanju is 2 words.
Well, yaki,
so
yeah.
This is it exactly here.
Yeah.
Cool. Question of how much is 1,000 yen in dollars? Depends on what day it is. But yeah, somewhere around 750 to 780 US dollars right now for 1,000 yen. When we moved here, it was 1 to 120 ratio. Now it's 1 to 140 or so. And economists in the US are saying it's going to go for $1 to 200 yen, which would be so bad. While Japanese economists are saying it's going to come down to 130 pretty soon. So who knows? Who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah, who knows? But that's how it goes.
And then they also were selling fries that you put seasoning onto.
Do they call them French fries?
It was called what? That one was called something potato. Furi potato.
Okay.
Because you put the seasoning in the bag and you shake the whole bag and you get the seasoning on the.
And what does that sound like when you are shaking it?
I don't know.
Shaku shaku.
I don't know.
Once again, the Japanese have a word for every different sound.
Gasha. I'm not sure what the sound.
Shaku shaku, gashu gacha. Who knows? It depends on how big the things inside are, probably.
Yes, it does.
If it's big and clunky, it's garu garu. If it's small and dainty, it's shaku shaku most likely.
Yeah, I don't know.
This is the kind of stuff I'm trying to learn. It is difficult indeed.
Gasa.
Gasa. Is the purchasing power of yen in Japan staying stable? In the important respects, yes. Food prices, staple prices are staying basically the same. There's
Pretty
not
stable. People are saying it's going up a little bit.
Exactly. It is climbing a little bit, but not to the point the state's worried about it.
Yeah.
Also, housing prices are staying basically stable here,
Yeah.
Which is the really important thing, because in Japan, houses are not investments, they're places to live. And that is allowing the government not to panic over the yen's exchange rate. Now, that said, certain things are denominated in dollars, notably plane flights. So Japanese people are doing more touristing staying in Japan. That's very, very expensive to get out of the country right now. On the other hand, if you're looking for a time to come to Japan as an American especially, now is the right time, because your money will go so unbelievably far here. And yeah, it's a good time for sure.
Oh, there are kurodayas in like other places around town too. There's one in Roppongi. Oh, the one in Roppongi is a teppanyaki restaurant.
Yeah, a number of you were talking about another wood printer here in Japan who does stream on Twitch and YouTube. And I've seen this guy.
I've seen that guy.
He became a big deal when he did Japanese wood cuts, or wood blocks rather, of Mario, I believe. Yes. These things here, it's Mario Kart in a traditional style. Have you not seen this before?
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, and so this guy is somewhere in Tokyo, and he has an open shop. You can go and meet him. You can go talk with him. Apparently, some people in internationally will come to Japan primarily to meet this guy in person.
That's amazing.
That's the kind of thing I'd be happy to do at some point. It is a little bit memey, a little sticky. It's the kind of thing that, as an American, I would not mind owning rather.
That's pretty amazing, yeah.
Yeah, and so, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if these are all the exact same person, but the idea of Mario as a samurai fighting off the giant King Kong, Donkey Kong there is pretty fantastic too.
Wow.
So, yeah, so many things to do in Japan. This is one of those strange things of living in a place. We now know more and more cool things to do here, but we don't have time to do them all. And so we're trying to knock them out, try and check them out, but the nice thing about living here, of course, we have more time. We don't need to pack it all in on just one weekend, thank goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah. Other stories you got, Noms? Anything else you want to share today?
I don't think so.
Okay. In that case, any questions from the class? Anything y'all are wondering about us and our lives, or should we... should we go and play some video games today? Exactly, Kamikaze. The man who made the Mario Kart woodblock is the fellow who streams on Twitch. I think he's an older guy with maybe a white beard or white hair. And yeah, it's pretty cool setup. I intend to go to his shop and then yell in the background, "Subscribe to twitch.tv/resorty, man!" And I'm sure he'll throw me out then, but it'll all be worth it for the new followers. Do we feel the Quake?
You could do a co-stream.
I hate co-streaming. It's so awkward. So awkward. Did I feel any of the Quake here? Yeah, we felt the Quake is kind of a rolling experience. Like water moved, the chandeliers, not chandeliers, the lights hanging from the ceiling shook back and forth. Looking outside, the power cable swung. This is only magnitude of 2 compared to the 7.6 or so across the country.
Oh yeah, when I went to the Science Museum, they have a section about seismography and the different instruments that Japan has invented and created over time to measure the shifting of the Earth, as well as kind of it showed the geology of Japan and where the tectonic plates are. And then they also have a live seismograph of like 12 locations around Japan, and it displays it digitally, like going across. And then it also displays it as a map in terms of what areas are experiencing more. And so when I went yesterday, the Ishikawa region was still like lit up.
Yeah, they're still having consistent mini quakes by comparison, but the quakes are still larger than anything we've experienced here, except for one we had last year. So I think we had a 4 or 5 maybe at one point last year. There's a 4 probably. Everything shook pretty hard. Things went off the walls for some people, but not for us because we have nothing hanging on the walls. Do we know anyone was on a plane yesterday? No, we thought we might know one person or one family who we knew were flying or would be flying soon. We reached out though, and they're just fine. So no, it's a horrible thing. That said, Pepper and a few other people mentioned to me that they saw videos from inside of the airplane that was on fire yesterday after a collision, and all the nice Japanese people were kind of just sitting in their seats and waiting for what to be told to do next. I'm sure they were told, do not panic. I'm sure they were told, stay in your seats. And as compliant Japanese people said, cool, here I sit. Where I can easily imagine a plane of Americans screaming and yelling and stampeding and all the rest. So
I do wonder if that contributed to the success of the evacuation.
Possibly so. Yeah, it did hit a Coast Guard plane as it was landing. The Coast Guard plane occupants were killed, unfortunately. I think 6 people died there, but everyone on the plane...
I think 5.
5 people? Okay, 5 people died there.
The pilot survived.
Oh, okay. But
That's
people...
terrible.
Yeah, obviously.
Oh, no, I mean to be that pilot, to be like, I was piloting this plane, everybody else on it died, and I lived.
Yeah, that kind of survivor's trauma.
Yeah.
That's how it goes. But yeah, everyone on the passenger plane got off safely. Which is a crazy thing, because if you saw the photos or the videos of the plane, it was like fireball ridiculousness, the kind of thing you'd see in an action movie, perhaps. So different. Yeah.
But yeah, it seemed like they immediately got the doors open, and then people slid down
the delightful slide.
Yes, I'm sure that's what they were thinking as they were. Oh, what a delightful, fun slide! I'd like to go back up to the top and do this again.
So I think this is actually how I've always thought about it, because there is that portion of the airplane flight. As you're taxiing out, the attendants come forward and say, if things go real bad, here's what you need to do. You know, pull out that little card and look through the disaster scenarios. And I don't like thinking about that. Like, of course, the case that in any transportation, even standing in my room here, tragedy could befall me. But it's one of these places in life where I look at the chart and say, this is what I do in case of fire. This is what I do in case of a water landing, etc. And so I think to deal with that, like, worrisome feelings, I look at the slide and say, oh, wouldn't that be fun? Even though I know full well, in the actual case of using it, it would not be fun at all. It's kind of like, did you have bus evacuation drills?
Oh, I love those.
Me too. So bus evacuation drills back in school, even if you didn't regularly take a school bus, you were expected to like load into a school bus that was out on the playground, and then someone would open the back door, the escape door, and 2 people would stand side by side there, and you'd like put your hand on their shoulders and swing out. And to get down. And I found this like absolutely delightful. It was a way of not thinking about, oh no, why do we need to evacuate? What horrible thing would make us need to...
You never got to use the back door otherwise.
That's true. The back door was always there with its bright red handle, and you knew you could reach over and touch it and make it open and get in so much trouble.
Or get expelled for that.
Yeah. I didn't take buses in general back in school until high school. At which point they sent a special bus out for me. No good. But yeah, did you take the bus ever / regularly?
Oh yeah.
Did you? Okay.
I was bused for like, probably all the way up until I moved to Nebraska. I was always bused.
Okay. And that was what year of your life?
Like up until high school, I was bused.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
A variety of questions for you in chat. Things like, if you could be any Carling, what Carling would you be?
I would like to be the Carling that wears those cool pants, and I would like to be the one that holds the broom.
What broom are you talking about?
the little broom that cleans the ice off of the cleans the ice shavings, and it makes the little rock go faster. That kind of carling.
Oh, like the Canadian sport of carling.
Is it Canadian?
I mean, the Canadians do very, very well in it, but now I understand what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, the people from Iceland wear such delightful outfits when they do carling.
That's very fun. Yeah, but a few years back, there was a big interest in curling, and like I think every Olympics.
Carling.
Thank you. Every Winter Olympics, there's interest in carling through and through, because it's such an unusual sport from the American perspective. Because the athletes have their cute little beer bellies and so on. And it just seems, kind of laid back and enjoyable. Though there is, like, real insistence at times. Speaking of brooms, though, did you ever play the sport called broom ball?
I've heard of it, but no.
Yeah, it's a kind of hockey that I played in northern Wisconsin for a few times. Where you go out onto a lake, and you have brooms, and, like, push a ball around, following roughly the rules of hockey. Yeah, it's fun.
Is it competitive?
I mean, there's not a professional league to the best of my knowledge, but no, I mean, it's competitive in the sense of like playing a baseball game with your friends out back.
Yeah, like it's a game, it's like kickball.
I mean, these were adult men who were playing it, but...
Are you supposed to hold a beer while you're doing it? That kind of game sport?
I mean, no, people would like run around the ice and fall over occasionally, and yeah, I mean, I don't think it was quite that, but...
Do you wear skates or shoes?
Shoes, yeah, it's done on shoes.
Do you do cleats?
I was out there on tennis shoes. I think most people had tennis shoes on. I think most people had, like, heavy winter clothing. People definitely fell over on the ice and bruised themselves. That was kind of the enjoyment. This is at a Christian camp that was mostly open in the summer, but then had men's retreats out in the winter, and we'd just play broom ball, etc.
Okay.
Hello, Jonah. Also, you have a viewer here from Nebraska.
Yeah, I see that.
All right, Noms.
The capital of the plains.
You're gonna take over.
No.
I'm getting some coffee.
No,
getting some coffee.
No. Then no one's gonna be here talking to them.
Are you unwilling to talk today?
I feel like it.
Don't feel like it. Okay, I'll get coffee.
I'll get you some.
No, I'll do it later in the day. It's okay. It's okay. You're welcome to.
I don't want to hold down the stream.
It's all right. But they'll ask you questions. They'll engage with you. They'll want to hear your delightful banter. Not feeling it. All right, that's fine. No fun. All right, in that case, Noms, it's been nice having you here.
Okay.
We've been live now for about an hour and 15 minutes. We should probably play some video games.
Yeah.
Unless there's other things we should talk about. You know, there's always more time for talking here in the Crusader Kings III directory.
I know. Exactly.
Noms, do you mind grabbing me either the solid blue jacket or the brown jacket? Thank you very much. On days where I'm wearing stripes, I try to do a solid instead. Thank you for doing me a solid by getting me the solid jacket. All right. Yeah, Noms was in Nebraska for, I don't know, probably...
A long time.
Yeah, on and off for a long
I
time.
was there for high school, and then I went and worked there again.
That's true. Yeah, we've been Midwestern people mostly, and around most of the Midwestern states. But Nebraska has a special place in Noms' heart, I think. Yeah, maybe not. What place has a special place in your heart? Yeah, none. Noms and I have like different conceptions of home, I think. Where for you, home is just where you happen to be. And for me, I want like home to be where I grew up. You grew up in a lot of places, so it's harder to pick one out.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
Yeah, especially when you grow up being asked, where are you really from?
Oh, that's right. This is something I didn't have to deal with. But I love your answer to that. When people ask you, where are you really from? You said...
Lincoln, Nebraska.
Lincoln, Nebraska.
Which is where I went to high school.
And of course what people mean is, are you Chinese or Japanese? I am from Laos. Are you Chinese or Japanese? This is a King of the Hill routine. That's how it goes. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You're originally from Iowa. We've had many happy times in Iowa, but...
Oh, yes.
But no.
I think Iowa is a lovely, lovely state.
The South wasn't so great. We went to southern Iowa. It was not enjoyable.
And
but,
also, that's Missouri. North Central Missouri. Oh, man, that's a rough place.
Yeah, we had a great time, though, in northern Iowa and middle Iowa and so on.
Yeah, someone is oh, man, I feel old.
Why do you feel old?
LSE grad from 2010.
LSE is...
Lincoln Southeast.
Oh, it's one of the high schools.
Which is a rival school to the one I went to.
Which one did you go to?
Northeast.
Northeast. apparently directionality-based wars.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that it's I don't know that it's a rival school, but yeah, Southeast had nice things. Northeast did not have nice things.
Yeah, you came up the hard way. Boo Rockets. Yeah, this is true. This person really does know the high school systems.
Yeah. This person really did go to Southeast. I actually don't know the Southeast mascot.
Oh no, you can't insult back. Boo to you.
Knights? Me? I don't know.
Yeah. There you go. All right. Thanks for that conversation, Nums. What are you going to do today?
I don't know.
You don't know. That's okay.
It is Knights.
Good job. You remember how to slur folks.
Somewhere in the back of my head was my high school memories.
The crosstown rivals for us were the Royals, named after the color royal blue.
Oh, I was like Kansas City, named after Kansas City.
Yeah, no, they were named after the color blue, and their mascot was a little ruler with a scepter and a fine gown.
I imagined like a ruler, like a straight edge with a scepter. There's lots of up and downs going on.
I've mentioned many times before, the mascot of my high school is a maroon crayon.
A maroon what?
Crayon.
Oh, thank you.
Crayon is how I was going to say that word, because I'm a northerner through and through. A good old crayon.
Yeah. Max, I also wonder if when you were there, it's in 2010, so there were probably 6 high schools in the district by the time you were there. So the rivalries may have shifted a little bit, because when I was there were only 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you hate all of them. Yeah. Maroon Crayon's an obscure mascot.
I don't hate Lincoln High. I envy Lincoln High.
I don't remember my high school well enough to loathe or to envy. Thank goodness for that. Yeah, I mentioned before the reason why the maroon crayon was our mascot is because the actual mascot when I was a student was Chief Mighty Maroon, the completely made-up Native American, and this caused some problems as I was graduating, and so they moved to the crayon, which is a strange mascot, but not as strange as the Southern Illinois somewhere Apple Knockers.
Oh, Cobden.
Cobden, Illinois has these people called the Apple Knockers, and what do? They run into apple trees to make the apples fall out. The Apple Knockers.
That's because they want to collect the apples without, like, tearing them from... That seems like a very lovely...
I mean, it's very lovely, but also strikes me as being just absolutely barbaric in some ways.
Isn't there, Well, I've forgotten what I was going to say. It's okay.
No worries at all. This is a great topic. I think everyone has a mascot of some sort, but...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's what... Oh. Never mind.
It's all right. Were you thinking of the banana slugs?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, banana slugs are somewhere in Southern California. I don't remember which one it is right now, or some California school, but banana slugs. Yeah, strange stuff. I mean, San Diego is the Padres, the church characters.
Ooh, the Wheat Shockers for Wichita State. I think I've seen a picture of that mascot, and I think it's like a wheat guy, but I think he's got like a expression.
Your wife's high school team was the Fighting Trees.
Isn't there a... Oh, is it... There's a school in the Missouri Valley Conference, I think, that has like a tree.
That's great.
Well, what's Stanford? Isn't Stanford a tree?
Oh, I think they are.
Yeah.
I think they might be. I'm not sure if their actual mascot is or just the icon of the school.
I like the idea of like...
It is Stanford trees, yeah.
Like there being like a basketball game, and here comes this tree, this triangle Christmas tree.
I mean, it's an absolutely fantastic mascot because who will die first, those fighting tigers or the mighty tree? It's like rock, paper, scissors, except for it's tree, banana, slug, tiger. I think a tree wins this thing.
I don't know. Banana slugs could like very slowly like kill the tree.
Maybe so. I appreciate that.
Yeah, see? If you lick a banana slug, your tongue goes numb.
But trees don't have tongues.
Yeah, but maybe they're all like skin on the outside.
Trees are skin?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
That sounds a little,
I don't know, man.
little rough, like bark. Other dog sounds here. All right, Noms, do appreciate it. Goodbye to you, my friend. Bye, Noms.
No, I'm gonna do like a really like millennial Gen Z thing, and I'm just gonna be in your general midst while looking at the internet and my phone.
All right, sounds good, Noms. Friends, welcome back to our Crusader Kings III playthrough. It is time for video games.
Wow.
What you got, Noms? The Stanford tree mascot.
It looks like a Christmas tree.
All
The
right.
Stanford mascot looks like a Christmas tree.
All right. Last thing, just so you can see it. Stanford. That's not how I type that word. Stanford trees. Yep, there you go. That is the mascot. Can you imagine? You're having a
That
good time at the
can't
football
be-
match,
oh,
and then here comes a
man.
man or woman or person in their giant suit with the ridiculous eyes.
What do you mean it's an actual...
It's an actual tree?
Yeah.
The
it's
tree
an
has come to
actual-
life?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. This is, and a person runs behind that tree with a big old flag.
Oh man.
I mean, I like
I
it.
assume it's like slightly like self-mocking. I'm hoping.
I don't know.
Stanfordians aren't dumb, right?
Stanfordians are not dumb, no. What about the Delta State fighting okra? Oh my goodness. I can't do this all day, but I've never heard of this.
I mean, at least he looks like he's trying to fight, you know?
Yeah, he's got boxing gloves on.
Yeah.
I just don't know. I just don't know. This is a very strange world we live in. If you want to be unique, though, there are only so many possible
Wow,
mascots.
that is one buff okra. Look at those arms.
That's a very, very strong okra there.
And
It's
got
true.
a tattoo. Don't mess with that guy.
I love it. I love it. I wonder if the OSU stands for Okra State University.
Let's see. Where is Delta?
I
Delta
assume...
State. Is it Mississippi, maybe?
That's what I was assuming, but I'm not sure.
So,
Pushing buttons.
oh no, that's DSU, Delta State University.
Oh, so they have a green-clad person. I don't want to assume Irishman, but possibly an Irishman is their second person. Anyway. This is the wrong save file. I need to verify the cache to make this stop happening. This is a save file we played more than a year and a half ago. And this thing is Holstein, which is a different Viking playthrough. But we're going to load the one we should be playing. Not Holstein, sorry, Hastings rather. And so my invalid save game is King Sverker of the Kingdom of Angermanland. He's Sweden. We got Sweden last night. Things are going pretty well on our playthrough.
This is a nice image.
It's a nice image, yeah. Definitely CK3 has great music and great images and all the rest. Lovely, lovely game. One of the big upgrades from Crusader Kings II to Crusader Kings III is that you get better graphics than ever before.
You've made good progress since I saw you yesterday.
Thank you. We took over all of Sweden.
Yeah, I see this.
There's
Do you now have IKEA furniture?
I have so much IKEA furniture. In the year 901, year of the Lord, we're getting ourselves some furniture making. For sure.
Nice.
So yeah, Sweden was here yesterday. If you missed it, this was all of Sweden. And then we noticed that we had more money than they did and more troops also. They were currently involved in a battle. And so we snuck in, took over their capital. And now the former king of Sweden is merely Jarl Born the Cruel of Uppland. Probably I'll take his territory eventually because that Swedish capital is a very, very nice county to have. So
Poor buddy.
my poor buddy.
Sorry, Jarl.
He lost on the field of battle. We're Vikings. How it goes. Are we a witch yet? No. We spent so long yesterday recruiting witches. We have a best friend who's a witch, and this witch has still not come to us and said, hey, do you want to be a witch? So I believe the witch achievement we're working on is not going to happen this playthrough. We'll have to do it another time. So the main focus right now is just getting ourselves over in the direction of Russia, taking over all of this at some point, and making it all Islamic, apparently, which is a delightful goal for people like us. That's how it goes.
I noticed Sally Theodora said hello to Slivers by asking what their favorite weird school mascot was. And I thought we could have gone down a giant rabbit hole of all the weird prefecture mascots in Japan.
We could have, but we're not going to.
No, we're not going to.
But yeah, this is...
But you may Google them on your own.
We'll do it sometime probably, but yeah, Japan has mascots for basically everything. Like companies, not just like Mickey Mouse Disney, but like the local insurance company. The local bakery will have a mascot, and then all the different cities and prefectures and TV shows and There's a lot, and they all have little adorable mascots with special characteristics, including wearing the local kind of food on their head sometimes.
Or they are the local food.
They are local food often, yeah, or they play with the local food.
Here, I'm a bowl of ramen, but I'm really cute.
Yeah, cute bowl of ramen. We love them, we love them.
I think if I had, like, drawing skills, I could make you a mascot of Angerman Land.
That'd be great.
But I don't know anything about it, and it would just be IKEA furniture.
Thank you. Someday when I'm a wonderful, gigantic streamer, we'll get a resorty mascot. I mean, just my big, goofy head with the glasses. Mm-hmm. Speaking of which, we're getting new glasses soon. I'm terribly concerned I will not be able to get the correct style for the resorty
Maybe that's
branding.
what we should do this time.
Yeah, I mean, this afternoon. That's pretty quick. But yeah, if you want to.
We could at least go and just scope out the place and ask them how it works.
Scope out the place. I like it. All right, very good, Noms. So we ended right as we became Sweden. So there are things that need to get done pretty straight away here. I was ready to start describing politics until you went away. Noms, we'll see you later.
Bye.
Bye. Number one, we're currently helping out our friends over here in Estonia to join... or joining their war to keep this fellow on the throne, because one of our fairly soon moves is going to be inviting anyone who is Norse pagan like us to join us peacefully. If they don't, I will smash them one after another, forcing them into the kingdom straight away. But that's not super urgent. Number two, we did not unlock anything. We see instead that our primary heir is not of our family. So we need to find a way to get the person in first place on the election who is our preferred candidate. Because as of right now, they want the proper king of Sweden back on the Swedish throne. So it's time to talk about elections. Welcome everybody to the world of election. There are currently 14 people who are voting. And those 14 people are literally all voting for the son of the last king of this area. Oof, 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 oof. So as the ruler, I have 7 votes currently. Some people will change their votes over as they come to like me as their lord. This will take some time. And so our number one goal right now is do not die urgently. Do not die immediately. Our health is fine. We'll probably make it to our 60s at least. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. Our celibacy does not give us a bonus to health. We become celibate though because we have 11 children in total. And our concubines are still quite young. At some point, we may start having kids again, but only after the succession is fully sorted. We'll see. Team Ramrod, thank you for gifting a subscription to Eka. Eka, do enjoy your emotes and freedom for ads for 1 whole month. Ramrod, thank you for the generosity, seriously. It's been a very generous time of the year, and I thank you for being part of that for sure. Okay, yes, let me choose my heir first if I can. So we have 2 sons. At this point in history, it's ideal for us to have a son on the throne, no daughters allowed. So number 1 is Boyvardi. Chef Boyvardi here has gout at age 8. I've never seen a child in this game with gout. Is that a real thing? I thought the gout came about primarily due to having like fairly bad eating habits, like lots of drinking and lots of eating like organ meat maybe. That is ridiculous. Ridiculous indeed. So child with gout is the heir right now. I can't have that, though. That's a severe health penalty all the way through. He actually may not live to adulthood with his gout. So, I don't know if gout ever goes away in the game. I think it does if you have the right kind of life. But age 8, that's brutal. Like, his brother instead is only age 4. He's also born of a concubine, but is significantly healthier, we'll call it. Also bossy. Seems appropriate for a future king. So allow me to look after you, kiddo. What's your name? Tykes Ferkerson. Good old Tykes Ferkerson, my son. I'm looking after both of the boys right now, but I want to say you all should vote for this 4-year-old as your king. So, where is Tyke, our son? Sorry, Boyvardi, you lose. Tyke now has all of our votes. at some point soon, we're going to start working on convincing people to vote for our candidate, not theirs. The big issue is that Tyke is just a baby, and he has not done anything notable currently. We could begin assassinating opposition candidates, but probably nicer for us to work on convincing people to join us peacefully. So work on that indeed. If we manage to lose the election, we will lose the kingdom title. We will not lose our ducal title. We'll keep it that way for right now, ideally. All right, lots more things to do. We need more champions. We need lots of things. We can take people's titles, possibly the Jarldoms. At least one would be good. Other than that, Estonian War, we want to reconstitute the council based on the people who we've recently made our beloved vassals. We'll have to do that in a little bit, though, because, friends, it's been an hour since last ad break. Let's take our quick ad break. When that's done, back to the game. So 3 minutes of crossword time. That's not the crossword. That's the fighting okra. So I believe I opened the fighting okra in the crossword box. All right, this is the Monday puzzle. I'm going to save the Monday puzzle for later in the stream. Let's go ahead and see if we can get the Tuesday puzzle done first. And then we'll come back to the Monday. It's a moderately challenging puzzle by Anna Schechtman. As I've mentioned many times before, she's a really good book, strongly encouraged. All right, the word Tao, literally. I thought the word Tao meant way, like the Tao De Jing. But maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't. We'll come back later. Le blanc et le bets. I have absolutely no idea what that is. A contraction with 2 apostrophes. Isn't. That's not true. It's only one. Okay, so weave has 2 apostrophes. So maybe a leading apostrophe and an in-body apostrophe. I have no idea. We'll find it eventually. Arm of the Department of Labor. Probably OSHA. They make sure workplaces are safe. When Pablo Picasso painted The Old Guitarist and La Vie, I know there's lots of words for his periods. I'm going to say blue period. That may be wrong, though we'll see. Editor's override. The word stet means leave it stand in editing. It's built up during a workout. I mean, good habits. One's swole bod. No clue. Proverbial doorstop. A tome, a very large book, is a doorstop. What might cause someone to snap? A beat poetry reading. I'm really into it. The word snap here is being used in its plain signification as what caused someone to be enraged, possibly. But I think like a poetry reading maybe. It doesn't quite fit, though. We'll see. Mortimer Blank, an old ventriloquist dummy. It's Mortimer Snert, I believe. I've never actually heard the ventriloquist work, but I've definitely seen pictures of him. I believe he's wearing a top hat and like fancy clothing. I think it's Snert, or maybe Snerd or Sneed, something like that. Recognized, saw, deemed, recognized, knew, maybe. Hey, I know this one. Two Concepts of Liberty, Lecture Berlin. I teach this occasionally. It's Isaiah Berlin. He distinguishes between so-called positive and negative liberty. Negative liberty is being left alone, do what you want to. Positive liberty is being able to have the tools necessary to accomplish what you want to. So negative liberty is libertarian freedom. Positive liberty is having health care, for instance, because it allows you to stay alive and accomplish goals. I think it's spelled that way, but I'm not exactly sure. I think it's Isaiah Berlin. Yeah, it's Isaiah, definitely. It's not 2S, is it? I think that's right. Like icebox cakes, probably just frozen, sure. Those on the tenure track for short. I'm sorry to more than a couple of you. So, in our midst, we have some assistant professors. I appreciate they give it as the T as opposed to the ass profs. It's often abbreviated ass prof. Peters, who won an Emmy for Mayor of Easttown. I have no idea. There's an actress named something Peters. That's Bernadette Peters. That's not right. A cupful from a street vendor in Kolkata. Calcutta, traditionally. It's going to be chai tea. Non-binary pronoun. There, possibly? What's the down here? The only serious thing in the world, according to Wild. Oh, that provocateur art is that. I'm gonna say there. We'll see if that's right eventually. Creator of a surreal dream sequence in Hitchcock's Spellbound. Yeah, no idea. We're gonna do 3 or 2 more, and then we'll call it good. Queen's Blank Park. Yeah, no idea. I don't know if that's the Queen, i.e. the prior Queen of England. Given that it's Queens's, it's probably Queens inside of New York City. The borough there, I have no idea. Made more than, probably out-earned. Now, with that said, what is feu? Blaze to blaze. Is this a French word for fire? I'm going to say it is. I feel like it's a pretty good start on this lovely American Tuesday. So thanks for hanging out with me during crossword time. We're back to our game now and dealing with the council. So the people on the council have been with us since the beginning, and they are amazing and good and helped us, but now we must expand to the vassals. So check the vassal page. The largest of them is the fellow we defeated. He is very, very good at marshaling there. So Jarl Bjorn II the Cruel will be very pleased on the council. The council. My apologies to the marshal is not a vassal. We'll give him a job, though, so he likes me more. So number 1, Bjorn, you can help your king. Number 2, Holstein's a little bit cranky now. I'm going to give you a personal job. Holy cow! 30 in personal combat. As I always say, the strength of Viking knights is so stupidly strong. You know what? You're going to be the master of the horse, making our knights even stronger. It does feel strange to call any Viking leader master of the horse. We barely know what horses are. With that said, these kind of names I think are locked in across different kinds of kingdoms. We have another bodyguard size as well as a personal champion. So Hold, our daughter, it will be an excellent personal champion. Yes, Hold, do your thing. She's disallowed from fighting on the battlefield because she's our daughter. Initially, she was going to be our heir because we had no other children. I may let her go fight again, so she can die in battle and go to Valhalla and so on. We need one more executioner. Arnfast tried to kill my wife, maybe even succeeded, but he's a giant, so he can get away with absolutely anything. Arnfast, you are the Lord High Executioner. And now we have a Royal Architect also, make that our wife. And now building is fair cheaper. Not concerned at all about being assassinated currently. People tend to like us, except for the new vassals. So back to that. Next vassal below is Jarl Horfern of Vostergotland. He likes me okay. He is not good at anything though, so I'm going to ignore him. Below that is the Jarl Emmander of Ostergotland. Ostergotland. The thing to say about him is earlier he defended, or he joined an attack on us from the north here, and he is not that good at anything. Alright, the ones you are not good at anything, I will personally sway to make you like me. The longer that I'm on the throne, the more we'll get rid of the short range penalty, and people will gradually come to like us fine. Our tribal authority is still all the way down, which means that everyone likes us fine, or gives us some positive points. I can move the current chancellor over to domestic affairs. That means he'll try to make the vassals like me more. Also, we don't need the queen to help us with anything right now except for diplomacy to make people like us. But with that said, it does not matter. +1 point is basically irrelevant. I'm going to go all the way into domain though, which gives us a little bit more money every month, and we'll stay with that for now. There are areas of my territory that are not my religion, so we're going to drive out the reindeer believers from that middle section there. Alright, with that done, I think we're in pretty good shape for right now. It is time for us to go assist Estonia as promised. We are already at war, so we can't offer vassalization during war. We'll have to wait till after that and see people peacefully join us, hopefully. I believe that Estonia will probably be able to win if I just send my men-at-arms. That says, oh gosh, I have negative prestige. About to say my prestige is so good I can raise the whole army with no problems. This is though what's known as false. So instead what we're going to do is raise the entire army, and then we have to go do raiding soon. Also, I gave away the place where these Varangians lived, so I had to find a new home for them. The only place we personally own right now is Ulvila, so we'll put him there for now, then strengthen that later. And does Ulvila have places to build? It does. So we need more prestige for that. Yeah, raiding is coming soon for sure. All right, Force. All of you come. Convince the people that your king is a worthy king. Worthy of prestige points right now. Apparently we're at a feast. I don't recall launching this feast, but we're at a feast. The mood is bright and spirits are high as the feast begins. Did we go to a feast? No, we're at home. Is it possible the King of Sweden launched a feast and then we got the ability to actually carry it out? You thought you were here to see the prior king. You're stuck with this guy. Welcome, friends. So pleased you're with us. Alright, it's taken much of the evening at close to Dala without making it feel forced. We're befriending her. I did launch this feast, and the reason why is I want to make the new vassals like us okay. So this is an intentional feast, I recall now. We're trying to befriend this lady, our daughter, just see what happens. The woman gently dabs the corner of her mouth with the corner of a soiled tablecloth, brushing away crumbs of flaky pastry. She opines, I hope the next course is lighter. The whole point of a feast is to provide a rich, varied culinary experience. I can say I made a mistake in giving you too much food. No matter what, she'll like me more then. Or I can say you do realize this is my feast, getting prestige at the cost of friendship with our daughter, or we change the topic. I'm going to insist it's my feast, and now we're paused on prestige for the moment. Because yeah, feasts do give prestige all the way. But then, my guest has recognized our wine is all bad. Well, we can go spend money on wine, we have the money for it, or we demand that everyone helps us. No. I fight the thirst of my visitors. That is good to go. But then, the other guests are having a great time. I am instead sitting, drawing lines in the sludge on the table, thinking about the cavalry charging. We gain some martial lifestyle points by not taking part in the party. One moment on this situation here, because we just recently ended the Swedish war and put away our troops, which I did not mean to do, it's take a while for them all to re-raise. So they'll be ready in about 90 days in total. I'll wait on that and then go help Estonia. But then, Ingrid, one of our local caravan masters, believes my ideas of warfare are misguided. I'd love to sell this on the battlefield. So she insulted me about combat, and we want to fight. I appear to have won that battle. But then, the feast is drawing down. Time to make a speech about our guest, Gurley the Poet. Alright, a toast to Gurley! Hooray! And I want to recruit to the court, ideally. If we do that, we'll then have a poet who can tell stories of how great I am. For 6 money! For 6 money, we have ourselves a poet now. Let's go ahead and make them employed. One moment, be right with you. Having a poet does what exactly? I can never quite remember because it's a relatively rare character to have. Our court grandeur is better, it improves more quickly, and occasionally should become inspired by the word and help us make nice items. That's the real advantage of having a better court, is it's now possible for us to get better items than our current stack of garbage. Behold my stack of garbage! Luckily we have a fairly good weapon. It gives bonus to prowess, but nothing else. And then we have so many antler stags. Our pockets are just full of antler, or stag antlers rather. Hopefully we can get some more pretty soon. Hopefully. Alright. I'm approaching my vassal, the Jarl Eminder. I can mention something about him. I can either say he's a strong fellow, which he indeed is, strong and drunken, maybe a professional message. Let's say you appear to be fairly strong. Do you want to have an arm wrestling competition? My court poet just left because she got married to someone else. What in the what is this? Yeah, I didn't force her into marriage, I'm fairly sure. The lovely poet we just hired immediately left us. Consider me writing you a bad recommendation. Absolutely. This is enough troops for now. Let's get together and head on over to Estonia. I've been out there training, doing my level best. My troops are all weary too. We search for a place to camp. We find an abandoned castle. It's spooky. Let's go inside. There's darkness, there's dampness, there's desolation, and other D words reigning inside of our castle with all traces of life gone. I peer up the stairs, spotting what might be the remnants of lush tapestries and old paintings. That said, I could go down into the darkness. My king is called the Brave, so we could search the upper floors, maybe up to 95 money, or we can head down and face our fears. If we face our fears for 10 years, we have more personal combat and less stress gain, but no, right now I want that money for sure. If necessary, I will defend my throne with mercenaries. Alright, we get all on the boats now. Exotic arms, along with strange goods. People come from faraway lands with unverifiable stories. A group of peddlers from the north purport to have bought a Bulgarian object, said to have come from the faraway court of a great ruler, King Ivan of Wallachia, no less. Bijos, the leading trader, grins darkly. This unique sword could be yours. For a special price, great king. A likely yarn indeed. I look to Rahu, my antiquarian, for guidance. I'm not familiar with Wallachian work, but this seems to be finely made. It's for 100 money, which we just got. We get flexible scale armor. I think this trader is tricking me or is an idiot. Your choice. Because he said, I offer you a sword. Maybe he meant S-word instead. Scale. You meant to say S-word, some scale. I'll buy it as I have no armor, so even low-quality armor will be good to have. That's it for 95 money. It may not be worth it. The sword is lackluster. Hey, Paradox, please fix your game. That's not necessarily worth 95 money, but at least it is usable right now. So bonus personal fighting and a prestige, and our people on the battlefield die a little less often. Thank goodness for that. Oh, the sword. The sword, the sword, the sword. Almost in the boats. We are loaded in the boats. Now, I wish to find a battle. Most importantly right now is to do an actual battle so that we're able to get some prestige. And Estonia, seeing us upon the ships, hearing the Viking war horns blow, is emboldened. They better not get there before I do, so I'm going to move into a speedier commander if possible, just so we get there first. Hopefully. And that way we'll get the bonus for having the fight. Oh, they're fleeing! They didn't even unsiege, but they're trying to get away. I'm going to continue my death stack forward. With the speedy mover, we will catch them eventually, perhaps even right here. So as we're locked in, they move in 9 days. We arrive in 5 days. If I switch over to my better commander, we arrive in still 5 days, so we will beat them there. I'm not sure if the speed of arrival determine when you leave. And everybody just cheesed the game a little bit by chaining out commanders as we're already moving. Such cheese. In the winter, we have a winter commander, so an absolute victory. We didn't stack wipe them, but we did capture a chieftain, a Russian chieftain. Someday I'll need this family, the fellow's family, to become Islamic, so I'm not going to execute him. And so we'll ransom him out, though he has no money currently. He's pulling in 0.0 money a month, so to leave him in prison, it's not going to work out. I'll take a hook. I might use that hook later to insist on his loyalty. Not much else to do at this point. So, let's go ahead and unsiege this thing as mentioned. The war we're fighting, though, is actually an aggressive war. So the goal is to take this territory. With it being held, our allies are currently sieging on the capital to guarantee the war victory. We'll head up this way, siege that down. We've got to make sure to split up our army. Also, a local peasant battles upon us. it's not actually ours. It's Novgorod instead. So we will split our army and attack there, because we can always attack peasants no matter whose they are. It's the duty of all good rulers to defeat all bad peasants. Here we come! I think the peasants have no place to go. They're just hanging out inside of the capital there. Also, an inspired person has come to meet us. This Vepsian person, a Balto-Finnic heritage, who is of this Slovakian, or Slavic rather, pagan religion. He is zealous towards his faith and ambitious and gregarious, and he wants to make us a tapestry. You're not that good probably, but you know what? Sure. Make me a tapestry with 85 money. We have a lot of open slots inside the throne room still, so having a good item could be wonderful. Is he a witch? Unfortunately not, or at least he's not known to be. But because he's an inspiring person, I want to have him join my court. Oh, we already did, I'm sorry. Yeah, when you buy them, buy their work, they stay around throughout the job and then some. So let me go ahead and mark him as an artificer, so he'll stay around to make more items long term. That's not the right button. A is for artificer. There he is. Wrong faith, but he'll enjoy having work at least. And then, someone wishes to speak with me. My champion Stein approached me... Paradox? My champion Stein approached me with concerns regarding the state of our educational materials. We can make do, but imagine the heights our children can reach. We have better materials. Tablets, parchments, even ink. This sounds like some feudal talk, but you know what? Of course we have the money. Our children get a better education, because they are the future. Alright, time to stack up some peasants. The AI is sending in even more peasants to fight. I'm happy to just stand there and let them come. We'll also pick up the Estonian army again. With that said, we have not yet capped on a war score, so we can actually win the war for Estonia if we can pick up this group. Mercenaries are leaving us soon. That's fine. We're strong enough without them. We have many tours and hunts and so on. Also, we can hold court. Holding court, or not holding court, causes problems. Holding court can make people happy. With that said, Estonia is victorious, and they will appreciate that I helped. So, a few things. Number one, the Jarl of Uppland would like me to free some lady for money. Absolutely. Now, I think we have prisoners. We do not. Earlier, we had some non-Norse pagan prisoners who I wanted to use for a blot. Eventually, we'll do that. We can raise a runestone. Friends, this is our third runestone. 1, 2, 3. Again, we need 100 of them. So, what do we carve? When I became king, or instead, when I vanquished the Jarl? The Jarl won't like it if I make fun of him, but yes, we vanquished the Jarl, becoming the king. Where should it go? Let's put it in our capital. 3 are made! Hooray! Now that we're not at war, my goal is to vassalize everybody nearby. Unfortunately, she's at war with the neighbors next door, namely Denmark. She's actually attacking Denmark, so that's fine. To the north, in Holland, you are a true Norse. You're also at war. Alright. Our kingdom is only Sweden right now. And so if we go here, we can see that this is the kingdom proper. So this bit of Denmark here, as well as the Jarldom of Visby. Visby, you want to vassalize? Heck yes, they will. One peaceful vassalization of Visby. Visbilization. That's perfect. HPG is wondering if you have a dynasty made on runestones. Are they called the Carlvings? More carling references, more good. HPG, thank you for that one. Okay, now, the people who are around us on this side are all pagans, but of the wrong flavor, I believe. Yeah, and then Estonia likes us so much, we're probably too far away for vassalization. Yeah, I'm not his rightful liege. More importantly, we're too far away. So if we can get up against Estonia, they will then vassalize to us correctly. As mentioned before, we need to take over all of Russia, and I believe that Russia starts roughly here. So Work ahead, work ahead. I'm gonna hold court first, though. Let's get in line. Your king will hear your words. Oye, oye. Oh, munificent King Svirker. I am Ushanka. I am a hat. I've traveled far to ask for your aid in righting a great injustice. The woman in front of me bows deeply before continuing with her a well-rehearsed plea. Paradox? With her makes no sense here. My brother and friend, the High Chieftain Nijulga, currently sits on the throne of Arjatri, that's the north, but I am the true and rightful ruler of the lands. Okay, is it a kingdom? It's a duchy. My friends, I was thinking, when should we march north? This is probably the time. Pushing claims for women, absolutely allowed as pagan. Disallowed as Catholics, but allowed here. If I help her press her claim, she shall swear fealty to me until she is dead. It's a beautiful day for war. Unfortunately, I already have a truce. How much longer is there a truce here? 8 years more. This truce came from him attacking me. So I can invite her to stay with me and then push her claim later. So I can't help you, but you're welcome to stay here for sure. Now, I want to give her a job straight away. So people in my own court who have claims. That is not searchable right now. So instead of different religions than us, one of these is the bodyguard, a witch. That's good. A Crusader one side in CK4, CK3, but I had a pop-up that said Truce Breaker if I support her war. I'm fairly sure the truce is... That's me. Yeah, declaring war breaks the truce. If we break the truce, we lose one level of fame because of Truce Breaker. Did I attack them? I mean, I know I didn't, because this is the northern border of our territory and had them the whole way through. We fought Yamtaland. I attacked Yamtaland. But while I was fighting Yamtaland, both the folks in the north and Sweden attacked us. So I'm not sure what the origin of the truce is. That said, I need to figure out... You're the one with claims, correct? No. Huh, maybe she's our religion. So I know that she's a woman. She's of a different culture from us, definitely. Do claims show up here? So she's definitely not of our family and not a ruler. Also not a vassal. She's an adult, yes. I don't know her sexuality. Okay. Look for people here who are not of our culture, most likely. Is it you? Not our daughter. So again, not family is correct here. Okay. That helps a little bit. Is it you? No. You changed religion then. She's a hat. Oh, good call. Her name is Ushanka or something. Thank you for reminding me of my jokes. So put it alphabetical instead. Which is not possible. I don't see her. Maybe she only shows up once we've gone through the entire event here. We'll see in a moment. The doors are cast open by Jarl Stein of Visby. This is a fellow who we just recently invited to join us, and he said yes. Chieftain Grimmer follows behind. Stein points rearward. That bastard Thorin visiting Visby on the slightest pretense to catch a glimpse of her. Set him straight. Thorin is the name of the woman. Apparently Stein is deeply confused. It's true, Grimmer admits plaintively. She's been haunting my dream for weeks. Please, my liege. I don't know what I'll do without her. Alright, so two characters in our vassal tree. One a chieftain, one a jarl. Both are into the same woman. So, Stein is the more powerful. And so I'm going to say it is Stein's. There's no great choice here other than that. I then recognize a set of petitioners immediately. They're Thora. Thora is my concubine, and Halstein, my leader of the knights. A pair that are well known for their intense rivalry. Worryingly, they're not arguing together. My lord, begins Thora, we have to tell you that many in your realm are intensely dissatisfied with taxes. My concubine is talking about tax policy? She is indeed a bold fool, as you see on her name card there. Thora and Halstein believe my taxes are extortionate. I could say, I'm sure if you look at it this way, try to convince them. Halstein, I'm not your enemy, she is. Make them fight. Perhaps you back up the words with steel. We can duel these two people. Or I'll lower taxes. Of course not. I'm explaining to them why it's the case taxed what they are, namely, I am your king. It failed. I'm an unworthy ruler. Everyone hates me. What are these Vikings doing, complaining about taxes? We don't really believe in taxes. We believe in loyalty payments. Also, my cute little feet are too far from the ottoman here. My king is too short to reach the floor. Very sad. All right, mission accomplished. I didn't see that character, but she is the sister of this person. And here she is. There are her claims. So I want to give her a minor job so she's willing to stay with us, and I'll push her claim after the truce. So what are you good at? Content, deceitful, arrogant, cynical. I don't think I have any job for you. Because it can't be anything involving making food. Here, you want to be the High Almoner. You're not exactly generous, but you'll do fine at this. Her name is Ushanka. She's very bad at these things, maybe. Let's reset the searcher. And what's your name? UKSAHKA. If we organize by military, she's a 10 in military strength. Can't do that. We know she's a +4 opinion. So where is +4 opinion woman? She does not exist. For whatever reason, she's just not existing. She's not able to join the court. She's wandering in our court. She's not part of the court. So we offered hospitality temporarily. I thought we'd done permanently. So that's definitely my oopsie doopsie there. We'll see what we can fix later. Incidentally, people of not our religion in our court, we want to fix if possible. In the court first, and then any vassals. Artificer, you're a zealot, so you probably want change. Very unlikely. And then Pimini, you like us okay. Will you convert? 58. I'm feeling lucky today. And he did. Wonderful. Of the vassals then, are any of the vassals not our religion? No, they're not. So we're totally fine for now. Good, good, good. Okay, other people nearby who are Norse and might want to join us. You're a duke. I'm not your rightful liege, so you're never going to join us. Denmark, you should give me that territory. I will fight for it. You're a king, though, so you will never join us either. Which means I think there's no one else for us to recruit right now, except... Are you close on joining us? You're -47. It's very unlikely I can make him join us unless my vassals like me more and he personally likes me more. It might be possible. If we make best friends with him, that would work too. So let's go ahead and sway him for now to convince him to be our vassal. Hey, Blue Moon, Angerman Land has returned. It's our first playthrough and now it's here again. We're moving in this direction next. But I need to, well, I was going to say I need to raid to get either money or prestige. We're in good shape. So, time for us to go make a visit over here and get closer to Estonia. So, you've achieved allies with Cronia and Livonia and every other Ia out here. In total, you're about 3,000 strength or 250. So, let me go ahead and say, I want. Unfortunately, you get 1 subjugation war per lifetime. Kingdom Invasion, you get 1 also. So if we're going to invade a kingdom, it should be this one. And they are very weak right now because Estonia beat up on them earlier. So I wish to invade your kingdom. It'll be just the one, but so much territory. We love it. Now the king here is of a different kind of pagan. So what that means, we're able to... There's river crossing here, we're able to raise the Yoms Vikings to assist us. So we have ourselves a bunch of men-at-arms, and we actually have one more man-at-arms. But the Yoms Vikings have already been hired out. They're currently hired by the Jarl Siegfried of Jorvik, who's involved in a war they're currently winning against Alba. So I kind of want to recruit them for myself, but I'll let the other fine Norse people use them instead. Come along, troops! We march on Novgorod! Getting our Russian territory as we get started here. Looking good and unified. We move forward. There'll be some starvation. It's currently August, so we will, as usual, invade Russia in the winter. I've heard this is a good way to go. We'll see. Have we become a witch? Jewel, we've yet to have an option to become a witch. No witch has offered it, even though we have a witch in the court who is our friend. They've yet to say, hey, do you want to become a witch? So no, the witch achievement has failed in this playthrough. This is my weaver, Nasare. He updates on his progress, journeying on and on about limits of thread and the loom. My mind reels with bold ideas. So I could offer suggestions, it might succeed. I can instead tell him my learning or trust him. I'm going to use my stewardship, say, here's an idea. We'll see what he thinks about this item. Hopefully he loves my idea here. Alright. Oh no, the witch is dead. Witch, our only witch has died. That was the one chance we had of creating witchcraft in our time. But I don't think it's going to happen, unfortunately. That was a bodyguard who went down. We should get ourselves some better bodyguards. We should get ourselves some other characters to hang out. Hey, our daughter who was born sickly. Our daughter who was born sickly has returned to health. She was sick for the first 3 years of her life. That's very sad. Speaking of sad, I see that some people haven't heard the news yet that I'm their king. In 5 months, the Marshal will convince part of Norway to want to be mine. I'm going to do the King George III routine and send a fully armed battalion to remind them of my love. ... We have more troops we need here. We definitely could have done the work of having multiple wars simultaneously, but probably good to go with the big hammer of doom here. Also, I'm seeing we have no commander. That's a little unusual, we'll call it. My king himself is going into the Night Tree, so he's less likely to die. He's not particularly good at fighting, but he's at least the Lord Ruler. It'd be nice to see him out there. Alright, actually that's not true. I just now remembered that we have a commander who's good in the winter. He died though. So we have no special commander who's great at everything, but let someone go out there and do the work of sieging for the moment. And we'll split the army so we don't end up having us all freeze to death out here. Hey Fears, thank you for the resubscription. 1 full year of subscribing. That's a real long time, my friend. I hope you enjoyed at least some minutes of it. And yeah, thank you to everyone who subscribed recently. Thank you to everyone who's helped us build up this channel. Things are going in the right direction through and through, and I appreciate the heck out of you even thinking about sending me $5 a month. It's really generous of you, all you who do that. Alright, one more spreading out and we're good to go. Good. As always, now that we're spread out, we have to keep an eye on the enemy's positioning and see if they come for us. Are you refilling food? No. Why not? You should be refilling food there. Maybe the winter situation. You're only here because someone pulled the fire alarm at 2 a.m. in the building. That is absolutely brutal. I'm very, very sorry to hear that. Obviously, a scary moment for sure. Alright, who else needs control? Our beloved Vikings want nothing to do with a leader. They don't like centralization. We'll convince these people to be loyal again. Bandits running rampant. Autonomy showing up. Hopefully get some good vassals who will convince their people to serve with us well. Hello? This does say... Okay, they finally found their food. Took a while. Now, we go for Night Effectiveness Increased. Viking playthrough. Good fun. And then, somebody wants to write me a book. His name is Dravenus the One-Legged. At least he can write, possibly with his toes. And maybe he's someone who takes his one leg peg and puts a pen on the end of it. I love that. He's a vitalist, or vitalist, Baltic faith. I will go ahead and inspire you, or offer you money to be inspired here. You want to change religions? Unlikely to do so. As he comes to like me more, he might. But we'll get a book, our first book of the playthrough. Hopefully it's relevant to warfare, if we can get it. But then, my beneficiary, Nasiri, comes forward showing what weavery he's made. It's a masterwork, but not that nice. More taxes, notably a little more grandeur also, but I said it was lovely. I don't want to say it's not, but it's not the kind of thing I jump for joy at. As a large banner, we could pull a family banner, though these do give renown, so we want to keep those up. So, do we change out our wild stag hide for the tapestry instead? The wild stag hide gives more court grandeur and more prestige. It doesn't give bigger taxes, but that's fine. Tapestry, I think I paid 50 money for you. I can sell you for 80. Behold, we got money in our pockets again. Hopefully the artificer's not too offended that I went ahead and destroyed their handiwork. All right, in we go, in we go, in we go. Novograd's just sitting across the way. I might head that way and fight them presently. We're having a little bit of casualties moving in, but that's okay. When we're by the river, we don't have any casualty. The beating. What in the world happened to Chef Boyardee? He's all beaten and bruised, refuses to name who did this. Was it an older child? Did he pester a noble? Did someone kick him in his gout-ridden toe? We could say, stay alert, boy. Becomes paranoid. If he ends up as ruler and we're paranoid, big problems. Avoid people and you'll be safe. Become shy or become a coward. Paranoid, shy, coward, all pretty bad. Paranoid it is. He can have his head on a swivel, as that phrase has it. Looks like for right now, this group is moving south. They're only being attacked by us currently, so I'm not quite sure what they're thinking. Running away is definitely not a way to protect your capital. My book writer wants to think about what epic he should pen. You could say the epic could be the motto of our family. What's our family's motto? Bravery through the gods. With the uppercase T on that preposition there. Bravery through. Sure, let's do it. More renown for us. We're nearly an insignificant family. Hooray! Hooray for insignificance. We're going closer to the Jarl here, trying to make him like me a little bit more. I can mention his unmatched people skills, and indeed, his diplomacy is quite high. I think the Grandmaster is offering me suggestions on how to make the Jarls like me. Unmatched people skills. I love it. One territory taken. Let's go and shift the whole army forward. We'll then leave behind siegers and make our leader a fast mover, already in some other army, namely this one. And have the fast mover control the larger group here. And go ahead and head across. I want to head on the side of the bigger river, but it's going to lead to additional heartbreak if we do. Oh, also, almost move my sieging army. The sieging army stay, non-sieging army. Oops. There we go. Sieging army stay. My beneficiary approached me with arms full of scrolls and manuscripts. What should he write about? So we can do intrigue, we can do seduction, or let him choose. Of intrigue and seduction, I'm not terribly interested. That said, he's writing about what he knows, and so let him choose freely. The seduction playthrough was last time, though, so we don't need that too terribly much now. Big group, aren't you moving? I guess not. I must have clicked and unclicked over and over again. We're at plus 9% war score. Because we're fighting for the entire kingdom, it will take a while. Taking the capital helps so much, though. And I now want to attempt to chase down the enemy. My vassal, the chief Thorthumunder, accosts me. Well met, liege. I have heard tell of your patronage of the writer. They say he's writing about intrigue worthy of a king. Please take this and give it to him. Alright, so he brought 15 money of his pile of 112 to offer to improve the writing. Or I keep it myself, or I say, no, prithee, keep it. I like to imagine my Vikings are making fun of the Europeans. Vikings do not say prithee, pray thee, my goodness. Alright, thanks for the generosity. Thanks for helping me impress stuff. Impress the worker. And we took their capital, seizing Snow's pelt. How did they know the name of the animal they hunted? Oh wait, if we read it, it says it's the pelt of his beloved cat. This crazy person took the body of its cat and ripped it a bit. Apart. Alright, I want nothing to do with the pelt of a cat, thank you. Ooh, it's a small ornament. Never mind, all I've ever wanted is the pelt of a cat. Look how prestigious we are with that cat hanging on the wall. I thought it was a large tapestry, but it was a tiny little kitty cat. Meow meow. Meow meow, Mr. Snow. This makes me feel appropriately Viking-like, of course. And we captured a guest also. Yeah, pretty good commander, I suppose. A new winter commander. That's good. Winter commander, join me. Convert to my religion, please. Great. Maybe it died just to remember it. I mean, weird way to remember things, but you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. We need to check the elections in a moment. But this battle will help quite a bit. We're at plus 28 war score. We can get a bunch via fighting still. And so we'll go for that. Well, we captured the king. So we can end the war all at once if we want to. How much money you got? 137. This is Conquest War, so the king will lose all of his titles, I believe, when we win. So I want that money, which means the war is going to go on longer. I'm okay with that, though. No peace in our time. Only cash money in our time. And we'll see how many more times we can capture the king this time. I always enjoy wars we capture them over and over again. In the deep places of the world, the peasants of Angerman land are a superstitious bunch, regularly coming in to me with claims of sorcerers, giants, and the gods in disguise. Usually I ignore claims as commoner theatrics, but this time they bring evidence. A blood-stained sheep's carcass, clearly torn apart, but not eaten, nor even chewed on, crudely shredded by no claws I've ever seen. The locals insist it's nothing less than the work of a troll, and demand I scour nearby woods to dispatch the creature. I'll kill the beast myself, or something like a bear, it's on you. I will go fight the troll. Our king's a pretty good fighter, and so he'll do well enough. And he has armor also. Oh no! Jarl Horker has died in battle. No, in a duel, actually. So, the Jarl who did not like me is now dead. His son also does not like me. So send him a nice letter of condolence on his father's death. In the deep place of the world, rampaging death. The woods whisper gently as we trudge forwards, holding my small party of retainers in a tight, shadowy embrace. I fancy it's the wind, but some say trolls sing like the wind when they're alone. Several disappearances have happened in this clearing, making a likely camp for the beast. At least that's what the locals say. The silence breaks with an almighty crash as a titanic rabid moose bursts onto the scene, twice the height of a man, nostrils flaring with foam and anger. Not a troll, but our quarry nonetheless. I could yell, "Death take you, monster!" We have a 20% chance of putting the moose to the sword, becoming the Moose Master, getting a bunch of free learning points. This character slew a moose so rabid the common folk believe the troll. So lots of learning instead. Also, we can order my people to attack together. We're likely to fail at that or run away. No, we put it to the sword. 20% chance of dying. What do you say? Are we gonna die? I have some suspicions. Hey, OG Maka, how's it go, my friend? Or Maka. Hope you're doing well, friend. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the chat. Thanks for being here. 20% is not a good bet. Yeah, better check the election is a good call indeed. Our heir is not currently winning the election. So he has some votes beyond me, I think. No, he does not. He only has my votes. This fellow is close to voting for him. He has 5 votes. That would be huge. Huge. So 5 votes would be 14. The secondary candidate has 11. No, that's not true. I'm sorry. The secondary candidate has 45. So picking off a few will not be enough. If we die, the playthrough is not over. Yes, it is. No, it's not. The playthrough's not over because Ingemir here only gets the kingdom title. We will keep... Yeah, we will keep the Jarldom itself and then work our way out there again. I wish to fight! We put the moose to the sword! We are lucky! Well done. Bage apparently dies of old age. It's a shock about learning that your king has killed a moose. That's the kind of risky play I only do for you all. I would definitely run away if I were playing solo offline right now. But you want to see me die, you get to see me die. Okay, so our force here defeated them. This is a group that will potentially be able to stop the siege. So I want to move at least some troops in support. So I'm going to split you in half, hopefully. And then send half of y'all up this way. To refill the food buckets, but also to make sure that this group does not die. No moose pelt? That's a very good point. Game merch, I should have gotten a moose pelt there. Consider me outraged, I did not. These fours all support 1,600 or so. So we have to split again. Put one group there. The other group goes here. My sieging commander is doing his best. Hey, Eskimo, going. Joined it in an amusing moment. Amusing through and through. And we are splendorific. Insignificant, but we get more long-reign opinion. The Vikings are delighted. Delighted to be ruled by someone as great as me. Or that's my story, I'm sticking to it. It's a harsh winter, so people are not enjoying hanging out. My antiquarian has died of old age also. It's the point in the playthrough where all of our friends are dying, unfortunately. Who wants to look after stuff? This fellow does not like me at all. Why? I made him convert. He believes taxes are too high. I've not been on the throne very long. I only have poor quality antiquarians. I would have thought that the artificers are halfway decent antiquarians, but they're not. They're not. Antiquarian dies of old age makes sense. Yeah. If you spend enough time on old things, you become the old thing, I suppose. Being raided. We're being raided with 2,000 folks. I had some troops unraised, I think. 19 of them. Well, enjoy the raiding. Unless the Yomes Vikings are available. This is very rude of me. Yoink! Alright, we bring forth the Yomes Vikings. I stole them from someone else, folks. Inspiration realized. Because we're a skullduggerous person, engaging in such intriguing behavior against our people, my beneficiary says, you stole the Yomes Vikings. Here's a book about stealing people's lives. The Norse Compendium on Poison gives us prestige and dread. Everyone knows that we can now poison every one of them. So, to our court now, we put up for the first time a book on the shelf. We don't know how to read. But we do know how to stab people anyway. Hey, Book Club Alex, hope you're having a good day. Thanks for your Prime sub. Thanks for hanging out with us on this lovely, lovely Wednesday here, I think. Yeah, we're still in the part of the semester where every day is Saturday. Not for too much longer. Alright, the Yomes Vikings are going to barely win this one, unfortunately. They don't have many men-at-arms. Also, I knew this was going to happen. I'm glad I noticed before it actually did happen. All troops collapse on their territory. Yeah, maybe we'll now go do some poisoning. I know you all want it. Also, we're defending against a river crossing here. Inside territory we control. This is kind of a bad move for the AI. I know why they did it. Namely, I baited it. But, yeah, we'll see how this goes. It goes very, very well. Champions are wounding people. We should now be capped on... Yeah, we're already capped on battle, so we have to just take over more territory. Also, sneaky snakes behind. Let's move our army this way and deal with them. And then down here, we'll finish the siege. Stomp the starvation, I promise. This will not be enough to win the war. And we're not getting taking war score yet, because there's a lot of the kingdom we do not hold. Luckily, winter's over. Spring is here once more. Hey, my daughter Thordis comes forward, speaking her first words. I listen quietly. She says, Thor. Unfortunately, she can't make the S sound yet, so she's actually trying to say that she hurts. She skinned her knee, but I mistake it for the name of the god. Oh, that's delightful. Good job, child. She's so Thor. The faster you destroy this place, the less time you'll be starving. There we go, 96%. This one location drops 1,600 food, so we split in half, keeping each group at the side. We defeat the group here. We need to do one more siege and we'll be done probably. That right there is called a stack wipe. We defeated them so strongly they have no troops remaining. A fair number survived, namely 2 people. You run away and tell your king what happened this day. Man, Vikings are pretty silly sometimes. Alright. So, we can head across here and do our siege. Or down this way. Because these folks are starving, I'm going to use the northern group to move through. Yeah, they're led by a jester. What a bunch of absolute clowns. That's the story here. Army will take attrition up there. This seems misplaced. Usually attrition shows on the county we're going through. Huh, no idea. Oh, it's stuck. The attrition marker is a bit of a bug. Hopefully it goes away after the war. While studying the tactics of the ancient generals, I'm amazed to learn about the exploits of Hannibal Barca during the Second Punic War, known as, quote, the enemy of Rome, and, quote, Hannibal's crowning achievement was the Battle of Cannae West, where his army of roughly 50,000 outmaneuvered and encircled the larger 86,000 strong Roman army. Stronger than unable to retreat, only 3,000 Romans survived. Alright, so we could say, let's annihilate our enemies. We could say, we know of Fabian tactics. We're Vikings, what are you talking about? Versatility is the greatest strength, or he was a fool. Because we're Vikings, we want to learn about aggressivity. More aggressivity, more good. Ah, I see what happens. I accidentally moved this group to the north. That's why the attrition marker's there. I have no idea why I did that. But the siege in the south is finished. Got 3 money on that one. We have so much prestige also. Move you to here. This group does have 4 champions, so we'll keep that in mind if other enemies come. I'm going to want to throw a feast as soon as possible or go on a grand tour of our vassals to convince them that they really should support my candidate in the election. As of right now, how strongly are most of them opposed to the boy? Yeah. A lot of them in the 30s there. A lot in the 30s there. And then some are strongly opposed. And the issue is still that he's children, or child rather. The person supporting is apparently evil. Huh. I don't see anything marked as evil there. Yeah, not sure. Not sure. borrow this, go stab him. So I don't think it's a two-candidate race. I suspect that if we killed the lead candidate, someone else from the family of Sweden would take over. Because the family of Sweden is pretty darn large. There's a bunch of women, actually. There's only one son? Okay, it actually is possible that if we killed this fellow, they just give up and say, fine, 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 your kid. We'll see. We'll see. I don't want to be the kind of Viking who rules by attacking in less than noble ways. This is the playthrough of being a good guy as we attack folks. Being honest and open as we destroy them all. White Roost is at war also. I can come help with that if I want to, but I think for now we'll just fight. There we go. 100% victory. We'll finish this siege here. It'll take another 4 months, never mind. We end the war, and with that, we have taken over a bit of a kingdom. Good, 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 good. Things are going well. Friends, been another hour since the last ad break, so we'll go ahead and take another 3 minutes now to do some crossword puzzle. Other side of that, we'll be back to this one. This playthrough is going very, very well. Viking playthroughs tend to. We probably now control multiple kingdoms, which means on death, if we have more than one heir, the kingdom will sunder. Heading in the direction of empire is probably the next move, though also taking over a lot of Russia. I think the order is we take over Russia, then become Muslim, but we'll see how it goes. For now, welcome to a little bit of crossword puzzle for the break. All right, we're just doing the crosses right now. We'll see how it goes. Paradisical, Edenic probably. Slides over, like scooches. I don't know how to spell scooches, or scoots maybe? Maybe. Wear confidently. Show off. Make it work. Work it. I'm not sure. 2017 title role for Hugh Jackman. I know he's Wolverine. I know he also plays Jean Valjean. What's the down here? ISP featured in You've Got Mail. This is old. It's AOL though. Logan is Wolverine's true name. There we go. Diego Velázquez painting in which representation undertakes represent itself. Per Michel Foucault. I read a fair amount of Foucault. Representation undertakes represent itself. Velázquez. I'm not sure. Opposite of bueno, malo. Edith Wharton character who's described as, quote, a ruin of a man after surviving a crash. I've not read any Wharton, unfortunately. A fool to a Brit. A Pratt, I believe. Part of a company. This is probably tricky in some way. It's probably not department, as that has part inside of it. It could be like a barbershop company and like parts of the hair. Part of a company. It could be a manufactured piece of an automobile. Not sure. Chances are just odds. So do I. I was going to say me too. That won't fit though. So do I. Ditto would work. So do I. Same probably. Count in music. That's Count Basie. Mula in Cholula. The peso, I believe. All right. Now we can do some downs and see how it's going to go. Jobs. Costs seems wrong. Hosts seems wrong. Most seems wrong. Something may be wrong here. We'll see. Floored. Astonished. That's actually right then. What am I missing here? Jobs. Be Jobs. Jobs are sufferers under God. 1982 track that topped Rolling Stone's 100 greatest hip-hop songs of all time. The Messiah, possibly? But chai tea is spelled that way. What other drink would there be in Calcutta? We'll see. The Messine, possibly? Oh, isn't there a sect of early Hebraic folks, Messenes, I believe, or maybe an early heresy. I'm not sure which. We'll see if that's right. Hey, Trapple, good seeing you. Hello, Vera Johnson. Am I okay? Yeah, the big earthquake was on the other side of the country. Here we're fine, but thanks for asking. Negativity fueled by jealousy, as popularized by Mary J. Blige. So it's hate something. Hate Rayton? I'm thinking something is wrong down here. Let's see. A land unit's an acre. Queens Blank Park. I still don't know. Hater Raiden? Edenic may be wrong. That's a good start, though. Let me go and do just these 5 across, or 5 downs, and then we'll get back to the game. Some cosmetic augmentations for short. Is it the Brazilian butt lift? Let's not talk about that, but okay. Airline that offers only kosher meals. I assume it's El Al. American Graffiti director George, I think it's George Lucas actually, did American Graffiti. I'm not sure on that one, but I think that's right. Words of assistance. I'll help. Here comes help. I think the across would be Lebel and Lebets. Probably. Words of assistance, let me. There we go. Last one for now. An item stocked in an infirmary. An EpiPen. So Frozen's incorrect here. Cool. Back to it in an hour or so. Friends, we got 2 hours left today. I told Noms I would end at my 1 o'clock, which is about 2 hours from now. That'll be good. Hey, nobody. Tougher crossword than yesterday. Yeah, nobody. So, yesterday we did our Friday puzzle from last week. The way the New Yorker works is it gets easier throughout the week, where the New York Times gets harder throughout the week. We do have a Monday puzzle also that I am not wanting to do right now. If you want to see hard, we'll get to that in a little bit. This is a Tuesday we're doing though. But good to see you. Fear's good night, my friend. Thanks for hanging out with us. All right, what are we doing? We're winning the war here. That's what we're working on. We won the war there, so put the troops away. We've expanded hugely. Now here, a war is happening between one of my vassals who are actively attacking the chiefdom of Gnedovo down in White Rus. Cool. Novgorod got to keep the pieces and parts of itself that were not rightfully of the kingdom. They hate me immensely for taking their titles. We'll probably take more later. As you see, we're currently over on holdings, so we have to figure out what to give away. We can have up to 7 items. This tiny holding I need nothing to do with. So, ideally I want to get the people of our faith, of our culture, so that they'll raise more runestones. Now, I believe the runestone rule for the achievement is they must be of our dynasty also. Is that true? Have your dynasty erect 100 runestones. So, yep, gotta get people of our dynasty out on the thrones. And I don't think there's any place to see how many runestones there exist. We know there are 3 right now, but once other people are making them, we'll have to click through and find them, which take, basically forever. So yes, I want to give this place to someone in our family, ideally. Okay. There are a bunch of people, mostly daughters. That's fine. They can rule for the time being. Runestones cost money, so stewardship probably wins. Highest stewardship is on my 10-year-old daughter. My inheriting son. All right, we don't believe in stewardship as families. So instead, who's the finest Viking out there? Any of you fine Vikings? Our daughter Jorun is. Jorun the Unmarried. I'm going to give you a piece of land here. The recently acquired Tikvin, I believe? Or no, Viangi, rather. We'll see there's a duchy here eventually to help her out. But here, Viangi. Oh no! Women may not be rulers. Women may not be rulers in our faith. They can be knights. They may not rule, though. Very well. Does the capital need to be in Russia for the achievement? Nope, we have to control Russia. Our capital can be wherever we want to. I tend to leave the capital in the starting location. That is not a good idea, actually, factually. But I'm going to do just that. All right, hello, grandson. Grandson, you're going to look after this place. I believe in you. All right, got to give away 3 more things. Below 0. Below 0. Oh, women can inherit, but they can't be given titles. Okay, I understand the distinction, but that is a strange one for sure. This is the ducal title. The duchy is all that. I gave away some piece of this, correct? So I can give my grandson all of this, but I prefer to give it to different people all in the family and see what happens. So again, folks of the family Stenbock. All right, you're the one I want to inherit ultimately, so no. This son already has one. All right, we'll have to give it away to people who are just random decent folks for now, or we can keep it, or I can give it all to the one son. I think I'm gonna give it all to the one son, unfortunately. Hello, grandson. Your king has things for you. This is a huge holding. I'd love to have it. Maternal marriage, so we have heirs to the land in the dynasty. Absolutely keepers. We've done some of that, but I've been keeping my daughters for other marriages. But now that we're the biggest power in Scandinavia, it probably makes sense for us to marry off people matrilineally. I like the idea very, very much. Oh, and then give the husbands the land. That's very smart. Thank you for that. All right. Elder daughters who are not married. Hello, darling. So, I want someone who is... what? I want someone who is ideally not a ruler. Ideally someone who is of our culture and our religion, who's a decent steward. Hello, friend. Your name's Kolbjorn. You seem like a decent man. You went and served the Byzantine king. You're missing an eye. You seem great for my daughter. Matrilineally. Awesome. And then with that, you're absolutely correct. Wait for the marriage. There we go. You will then get the land, and any children you have will get the title. Good thing indeed. All right. King Helgi's Volkov is converting the chieftain of Tiklin to Pravda. Tiklin is in my territory, isn't it? This must be hanging over, because you can't convert other people's territory, I'm nearly certain. Yeah. He'll leave soon enough once he sees that his king does not rule there anymore, I think. Give away one more thing. Your small Vodi is bigger. Rusa is probably what Russia's named after. Novgorod is huge. I'll keep that. So this one also goes to somebody. We need to marry them off to a daughter as well. So... 32-year-old daughter, you win. Let's find you a matrilineal spouse as well. Hello, friend. You're 16. You're going to do great. All right. Then you, my friend, get to be chief of this one. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So, we have an appropriate number of items. We have a fair amount of cash. We could go raiding if we want to. Let me check the election and see if a grand tour would help us get the election to our side of things. The election shows he just needs to become a non-child. I think at age 8 or so, he stopped having the same penalty, and maybe at age 12. And then once he's an adult, it goes away entirely. Okay, so if Vostergotland likes me more, that will help some. Yeah, at this point, having a grand tour will not help that much. But nothing's wrong with going and visiting the Jarls. So let's go ahead and strap in for a lovely visit. That said, we should probably think about another war. You can't launch wars while you're at the at peace. All right, my friend. Am I trying to become your friend right now? Yes. So I'm trying to get this person to join us peacefully. If he does not become friendlier by the time we're back from our tour, I will attack him. I guess I want to see if Estonia would join me peacefully now. Oh, they're so close. They're -4. If the powerful vassals like me, he will join peacefully. Jarl Eminder the Lion-Hearted. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Other folks, though, are the wrong religion, unfortunately. Okay, so Grand Tour, 2 large vassals, so they like me, so Estonia will join. And then which of you gets smushed next? You have the fewest allies. Sabo and Pajnima are allied, so I kind of want to attack both of them at once. Though none of them have huge allies. So, number 1. I can push claims for a count, that wouldn't help too much. Conquer them? Okay, 1 being conquered. Simultaneously. Bring me this duchy also. It is more than 1 county. Good. Luckily, Vikings like offensive wars, so they'll appreciate seeing me attack. If we're at peace too long, they get kind of cranky about that. So, raise ye everybody, I guess. Sounds good. And then while that's happening, we want to hit the road on a grand tour. Ideally, a tour of majesty, so they like me more. And we want to visit Jarls in particular. So, which of you are Jarl-like? These are all chieftains. How about down here? A Jarl, a Jarl, a Jarl? We can see which of them are the large vassals by their angry and happy fists. Okay, looks like we have 3 Jarls right now. They're all down this way. So as we go this way, I'm going to stop and see you 2. And then we'll come down to here and here, out to Visby, and I think back home. I'm not seeing any special places to stop and meet. Occasionally you'll see little nodes that are of cultural significance, but not seeing much. Ah, here are some. At good old Sigtuna, we can get some learning experience. We're in the military tree right now, though, so that won't help us too much. Maybe we'll be a pilgrim someday. Alright, costs 215 to take this road. I'll hire some mercenaries also. With that, there's some medium and minor danger. This is literally all of our money but 1. Cool. On the road, we can do justice, seeking out criminals. We do altruistic, leading to more opinion and piety. We can relax, or were we not celibate, we could sleep with all the ladies. I'll be altruistic, trying to help folks out as we go. Here comes the royal tour. Our troops begin to fight well. We'll probably get the Traveler or Wanderer perk as we go. I don't know what it's called, but it'll be the kind of thing where our king is glad to be on the road for sure. Everybody moves together, giant stack time. We have a cultural festival we've met. The street of Morar are richly decorated for the arrival. My vassal, the chieftain Kettlemunder, dutifully awaits me. He's not a large vassal, so we don't care that much, but I can't say I'm not intrigued by the customs of the land and what Kettlemunder has to offer. In exchange, I'll show these people the extent of my magnificence. Look at me, look at me. I also definitely forgot to set all the different locations to different interactions. I think we have a bunch of feasts, unfortunately. Alright, acrobats jump in colorful attires. One of them opens his mouth to catch a ball that another throws, and the public erupts in cheers. Music then follows. I've heard this song before. Perhaps. They all sound too similar. Even from the dais, I hear the peasants loudly singing along. And in dance in the fields of woof woof woof, a figure joins in, stealing and juggling balls. Get that dog! I can take the dog home with me. I can say it's a companion to Skuld, my daughter, or I must stay here. The dog is mine. We pet the dog by making it our pet. My friends, I give you the pet dog. I'm gonna need some name suggestions. What should we call the dog? The game suggestions are amiable or shadow, but what name would you like? As I pet the dog in the head, she happily wags her tail. What name would suit her? Something historical, something alluding to black fur? It's an important decision. As the dog rolls over to let me pet her stomach, I find myself distracted for a while. But wait, I know, I'll name her Doggo, Kevin, Rabies, Trap, Sasha. Miss Danny is very sweet. Doggy McDogface. Why do I ask you all for help? Because I was thinking of choosing the name of something Viking-like. Oh, call it Hachiko in honor of the Japanese dog we talked about. We could do that. Freya. See, Freya's good. Garm or Hati. It's all very good. Rolf. Doggle Davidson. That reference works for about 4 of us, but I love it. I like the name of Rolf. Rolf's a nice name, and it sounds vaguely like a dog barking. Hello, Rolf. Someday you'll lead a polar expedition. Thank you for the excellent assistance. I hope you enjoyed typing your memes. That's all I ever want you to do. Alright. We now split our force exactly in half, sending one fine group this way, and the other slightly less fine group this way. And we'll just march straight through the capital, going, I don't see any... Is this not a county? Oh, it's impassable. Oh, is it a mountain, possibly? This looks like it should be passable. We gotta go around, though. Alright, alright. So you go up this way. Cool. Rolf is the best Muppet? Oh, I forgot Rolf's a Muppet. You're absolutely right, he is. Unfortunately, my colleagues in grad school said that I was probably like Fozzie the Bear. I only wanted to be Sam the Eagle. So serious. Look at that! I hear as I walk down the streets of Morar. My courtier Dravenus is pointing at what seems to be known as Norger's Smith's Guild. A smiley quickly appears on his face. He is blissful. A group of apprentices are kneeled down at the workbench. The master supervises their craft from the lintel of the door, arms crossed, chin up. You'll need a bit more strength for that, son. Dravenus takes a step in their direction, completely mesmerized. So my artificer wants to learn more about blacksmith. I could say, let's help these people. Development increases by quite a bit. Development early game is rough. We should invest in the merchants back home. This makes city buildings cheaper. It's very early days of technology, or pay them a visit. Dravenus is most likely to gain some stewardship points. I like that a lot. Hey, Mike Lamb. Or Meek Lamb. Either way, how's it going? You just picked up Crusader Kings, your first Paradox game. Literally feel like the hardest game you've ever played. Yeah, you're not wrong. It is definitely a big step up in difficulty from most other video games out there. If there's anything I can do to help, let me know. I love Paradox games, and I want other people to love them too. But yeah, good luck in learning. Forgive yourself your errors. It's okay to be confused. You'll figure it out. You probably know how to do some math. How amazing was it? When you were a little child, math made no sense. Now you got some math at least. Paradox games are just the same way. You'll begin with absolute confusion. What do these symbols mean? And eventually, by mousing over, by reading slowly, you'll become a CK3 master. So, good luck. I follow the chieftain Kettlemunders. He shows me the way around the festival. And now, he announces, we enter the castle grounds. What I expect to be a pleasant surprise. I raise my eyebrows when we find a marvelous fountain, all in white stone, with a silver pipe running clear with juice? Some people gather around it, laughing and throwing coins in the well. So, we can all drink together. If we drink from the fountain, we then get a bonus to popular opinion. Everybody loves me more. Or, let's make a wish instead. If we do that, we get less stress, or stress leaves us more quickly. We're totally stress-free right now, so we're going to go ahead and say, let's have a drink. Becoming more majestic by drinking from stone fountains. We don't know about germs quite right. Mike Lammett is your name. I'm one of the first people to ever get right on first try. I'm very proud of myself for that. Thank you for telling me that's the case. Friends, our lovely daughter Herd has given birth to a son she wishes to call Sorvi. Sorvi is a robust little kid. May you grow strong and wise. You're not going to rule, but I want you to be a Viking. Speaking of education, where's my son? My son is learning education. Sorry, learning rather. He is learning here. And so this is the gouty boy who I don't really want to be the heir. I probably will be disinheriting him before too long. His brother, good old Tyke, is currently learning stewardship. Now, I believe that I'm looking after him. I'm his guardian, which is fine. The only issue is that we don't know stewardship all that well. It's not our training. We are an 18 though, and so we can make him brave and diligent as we go along. Do I disinherit Gouty McGee here? I'm considering disinheriting Gouty McGee. We'll see, we'll see. Very slow rating happening here. 17 months to go. If I leave behind a sieging army, it's a very small group they want to leave behind. The issue is that the walls are strong and we are not. How large is the army of this location? It's 1242. So I could split my army in half here. Or in half, rather. And by doing that, I can move one half into a location where they will not all starve. Namely right across the border into my territory. As always, I need to keep an eye on this. Many of you know I say that and then forget to do so. We gotta keep an eye on it though, because it is possible the enemy will come down and attack them. Over this direction, we're just starting the siege. It'll take 10 months. That's fine. Their army has not yet appeared. We're the only ones fighting them. We'll see what happens. We finish our first location of our grand tour. I've concluded the visitation of Morar. My procession prepares to depart. The chieftain here lined up with all his folks. Everyone present, it's time for tribute towards us. I could demand it. He might accept, he might not. Or I make no demands. He appreciates that. Because the aim of this tour is to make people like me here in our early reign, I'm not going to make any demands of anyone, just friendship. But then, as we're leaving, they call me in one more time. This event should not fire after leaving, it always does though. A group of locals has taken to the stage what seems to be the longest, blandest sermon I've ever heard. I try to keep my eyes open, but they're pile of haze, they look comfortable, I want a nap. I can try to stay awake. If we succeed in this, we have faked interest in a festival, people like us more, the tour more majestic, or I take a nap. No. We force ourselves to stay awake. We've now hit Majesty level 1, so more prestige comes as we go along the tour. We went to the next location, apparently. Word has reached me that plans have been interrupted. It's no longer possible for me to go visit Heralder. Chieftain Heralder has taken to the field of battle. He cannot host me. That's fine. He's not a Jarl. He's not important to me. But then, Jarl Hrarfin of Voster is also in the field of battle. So he can't host me. So launching a war during the visit was a huge mistake. Because all of my Vikings are out on the battlefield. And you can't wait for them. Oh no, this is the worst visit everywhere. Or ever, rather. No one is home. Well, we may have made some slight oopsie-doopsies on that one. Also, look at this. I was wondering where the enemy was. They went across the sea, heading to the capital. Alright, show me your troops, please. So mostly levies. If I split off an army here, I'm going to send the whole force on over. And the reason for that is this is the same army, so they can't come back and defend their territory for as long as they're across here. Now that said, we don't want to land directly on them, nor do we want a river crossing. So we'll land here, looking like, what, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, something. We'll land on this little territory here, which is ours. We'll then burn off the recently disembarked penalty, and then land on them before they finish sieging, I think. But while traveling along again, a man named Bercy comes forward, saying he's bested a dozen men in combat. They were all boring fights. He wants to fight someone good and strong now. So, we can fight him ourselves, we can run him over, or we can send our champion out. Dala, the champion, is a 36 in personal combat. The king is merely a 22. The enemy's a 21. So though the king could defeat him, it's much better if Dala does so. So 99% chance of victory. And she does have victory, a minor wound, and with that Bercy joins us, a fine berserker to join the war soon enough. Good victories there. The enemy has not reappeared on this side. I don't think we stack wipe them. They still have how many troops? 1200. So just need to keep an eye on there, glancing back and forth from time to time. We've landed here. As we land, the enemy begins to run away deeper into my territory. So I'm going to bring out my speedy moving commander. Unfortunately, she's on the road with me. So we have another speedy mover down below. He's only a 14 in martial talents. The commander here is a 14 also. So because we have overwhelming numbers, we can just take the fight directly. The troops here are primarily Varangians, who are very good in most territories. We also have some archers. Archers are good in forests. We're fighting a forest that is perfect and good for us. Sieges continue nicely. If I move this stack forward, which is again 500 Varangians, we'll lose how many people? 100. They will be spread out, but I'm okay moving forward, so long as I can drop back later to protect this if the enemy comes through. See, we'll see. Good victory there. Not a stack wipe. We'll see if we capture a leader, though. We captured a steward. Hello to you, Uko, or Yucko, or whatever you call yourself. You are a coward, and you're an old man, and you have money. Unfortunately, the unimportant courtier will not be set free. So, I don't know. I feel bad leaving old Vikings in prison. So you change religion. He refuses. You're of no family. You are really nobody. So if I execute you instead, I have a great time and no one cares. That's a euthanasia. That is me freeing him from his ancient last days. What a good guy I am. We're going to see what happens to the group we just defeated, where they go, and if we want to follow them. Also, my king is back home again, unfortunately. We managed to make 2 chieftains like us a bunch. Jarl Hrorfinn likes us more also. But the ones we really want to make happy, we did not get to meet, unfortunately. I may bribe them later if we end up with a good amount of money. We'll see. They are retreating across the way, so I am going to head across also. Couple things. Our son Tyke got some training in personal combat. At the age of 8, he's already a good duelist. Nice. That's nice. But then, I was watching Boyvar D, our elder son, play with children when someone tried to push him over. A brawl broke out between this big boy and my son. My gouty son managed to severely injure the other guy. We could say he gave as good as he got, being wrathful. We made him forgiving or fickle. You know what? You're a Viking. You become a truly wrathful child. If anyone makes fun of your gout, you destroy them at once. We have very little money. We do have more things we can build up in our holdings. We should be doing that. And so after the war, I need to go and do a fair amount of raiding. Now, I see that Novigrad is under siege. It's mine. So the enemies shifted south, going to there. Now, luckily, just a moment ago, I started moving this group across the water. They'll get in their boats, and then I can reassign their movement. So I'm going to send them down to here for now, and then we'll drop off the recently disembarked penalty. I say that aloud a lot, because if I don't say it aloud, I will always forget to do so. I'm thinking about that poor viewer who came in a bit ago, Mike Lamb, saying, I just started this game. I always wonder if my streams of CK3 help people learn the game, because I do go kind of quickly. There's some games I go very, very slowly through explaining what I'm doing. This game, unfortunately, is just not one of them. Also, I failed to keep an eye on all of my tropes simultaneously. So, is there a way we can help this? There is. This is so scuzzy of me. I am such a horrible person for doing this. Hello, Holy Order. Alright, we raised the Jomsviking immediately through the power of middle-aged teleportation technology. They are here at once. We give them the fastest possible moving commander and shift them this way right away. We need this fellow to hold out as long as possible so that the reinforcements can come and help him. Because of that, I want to move the best possible commander there. They all have raider perks, which are awesome for being Vikings, but not so good for anything else. Part of me wants to put the king out there to give the bonus for fighting under your own ruler, but he doesn't have any perks that are useful. So you go out there, and we're going to wait and see if the Yomes Vikings arrive in time. We'll see. We'll see. This battle, we have a 50 points in victory already because we defeated the enemy in our territory. We need to siege some things, and we are working on that very slowly. We'll see how that goes. I do talk through a lot of things. Too weird I try. I know I talk through things more than some streamers just click through events all at once, but I know I don't explain everything in great detail. We level up another perk in Martial. We're having some control problems right now, so if we choose Serve the Crown, it would allow the control to gradually build up on its own, so people are happy to serve under me and to be ruled by me. On the other hand, we could go with Never Back Down, giving us a bonus to any group that we're leading, and we also get more points in tournament fighting. The advantage in this way is you get Household Guard for 4 more knights. Viking Knights, ridiculous. So temporarily, this is preferable choice. Because we're playing Vikings, I'm going down the path of more knight, more good. Alright. The enemy is crossing a river here, so they will have a penalty in the fight. Do we hold out long enough for the Yomes Vikings to get there? It's going to be close. It's going to be close. We got stack wiped. Alright, unfortunately, we lost that troop entirely, but the Yomes Viking arrive in time to hopefully win here. We got a bad roll, unfortunately. Even though our commander's a 23 and their commander's merely a 14, the roll did not go with us. That said, we will win this group anyway. So, good, 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 good. And we captured our foe. As many of you know, I tend not to like to release foes to end wars. But because we're fighting 2 wars at once, and I'm not able to keep an eye on both of them, I'm thinking about just ending the war. The money he has, I would like. If I release him, how much would he give me? $100 dues. That is quite a bit at this point in history. All right, I'm going to ransom him out. The war continues. 2 fronts must continue all the way. Also, we have an invitation to go on a hunt. It is only 8 days away. It's a chief who loves us. Let's go hunting and see what we learn. That's literally right next door. So, I don't need the mercenary guards. I may not even need a force guide. Yeah, there's no danger at all. It costs 6 money to go. Let's do it. The king hears the cries of his people who are dying and ignores all of them because there are definitely stags who must die. Thought I offered to free you. He's still thinking about it. He's free now. Good. We've arrived for the hunt. We wait for everyone else to show up. Soon, Executus. Soon. We'll try to help with the taking down the animal, using that as our goal here. Alright, we got other people in the prison too. Are they worth money to people? They are. One's a high chiefess. She's called that because she's a giant. She's, high. Cool. She's also worth 37 money. So we captured the whole family of our enemy here. He's currently pulling in 2 money a month, which is not nothing for up here in Viking land. So he'll be able to free all these folks gradually. This child, though, belongs to someone else. Not actually the same. Absolutely the same. So we'll need to wait until we end up with plenty of that. The holding of Olmgarther is occupied by my foe in this conquest. Whoops. Oh, that's fine. We knew this was happening. I wanted to unsiege that. I now want to go across and fight this group. We have a speedy mover already. Yeah, I meant to unsiege, then shift down. I totally forgot. And they're rushing back and forth across a bridge. We have significant enough troops here that the bridge crossing penalty will not affect us terribly much. So I will chase them as we can. And then, into our court comes a person who wants to make a shield. A legendary quality armor maker. wants to make me a shield. Legendary. Temperate and chaste and calm. He works well. I hire you at once. For 171 money. He's calm and temperate and chaste. He's not going to steal my money. That is so much money for a wall hanging. If he gives me anything but legendary, I'd be so bummed. But let's do it. I believe in you. I'm not going to get a good item. I expect real crankiness in a bit. An event involving a dog. My son-in-law, the chieftain Vogue, approaches me, rage in his eyes. He drags along my dog. He reaches me, he sees that dog is Rolf. I found this beast among my things. Wasn't chewed to bits, was covered in excrement. I can not compensate him, I'm too poor to do that now. So it's just a dog. Don't you worry about this. Can't blame the dog for anything. We also captured the chieftain Lolly in the Northern War again. This time we finished the sieging. So we're at 116 points just by taking things over. So I can empty out the prisoner, get some more money, and then end the war anyway. So this chieftain has his independent cash. We'll ransom away at once for 50 monies. The champion we captured is not much of a champion. A fairly good commander, though. Unfortunately, a zealot, so probably will not change to our religion. We'll ask. If you change religions, you get to live. If not, you will die. All right, that man lives in the prison. I believe we're going to have our cannibal feast fairly soon. Seems likely. Sony, you stay. I know. Does your husband have money now? Enough to free the child. Your wife stays in prison until you make more money. Okay, with all that done, we now end the Northern War. Sorry, the Middle War, rather. Northern War continues. We're at plus 48. So I'm going to put some troops away and have everyone else move north to help siege these territories. We still have no siege weapons. We'll go straight for their capital. Some people will die, but we'll be all right. All right, having taken over this territory in the middle, we're again over our domain size, which leads to a penalty to people's opinion, I think, or taxes or something. I can't remember now. Let's see the places we've taken over just now. They're very, very tiny, very, very tiny tribes. One of them is much larger, the one I might want to keep. The one that's tiny, though, I'm going to give away. Now, I believe we established we do not have, well, someone made a grandson. At the age of 1, my son, you are going to rule over this territory in my name. In this way, more people in the dynasty get territory, and they'll hopefully help me eventually by using the bonds of family. Because you may have heard, we are family. I got all my sisters in me, cousins in me, I don't know. I then need to develop one more person to give land to. And the person needs to either be in the family or be married matrilineally. I have no more sons, so we need to marry matrilineally. This person's 10, so unfortunately I can't bring anyone in anytime soon. But there is a beautiful Norseman who wants to love her. I need to give this thing away at once, though. It must be male. Okay, elder son. Okay, elder son. I'm gonna make a trade with you. Number 1, I'm gonna disinherit you. It costs 150 dynasty points. That is a lot. Wait, other possibility. I believe I could change the laws of my lesser titles to match the laws of the senior title. It costs so much to do so. It's gonna be very awkward if my preferred heir gets the top title and my lesser heir gets the bottom title. I'm gonna say this is a problem for the future, so I'm gonna do something very, very stupid. If we get punished on this one, you can all say, Resorty, you knew not to do this. So, oh, I can't give it to the inheriting son because the second son is supposed to inherit the territory. I can only give it to him. It feels so awkward to give the person I want to inherit everything this. To make house for prestige might make other inheritance questions. Good call. I could give ducal titles to somebody. And Montri, good to see you. I don't read that alphabet, unfortunately, but I hope you're having a good day. This is stupid of me. This is stupid of me. This is stupid of me. We're still looking over the kid. We're still in charge of him. There's a local religious leader who's helping him out. An absolute genius with books. But that is fine. 2 new wars just started also. So one is the Mozhaskian claim on the chiefdom of Gnezdovo. Where is that? It's be down here, isn't it? Alright, so some people down south are trying to take my beautiful territory. We're gonna have to deal with that. I've been warned this is not gonna work out. I mean, you're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong. At the same time, what would a playthrough be without making profound mistakes all the way through? In the new wars, one has 660 troops, the other has 1693. So that second one's a slight concern. Okay, I'm going to bring both of these armies south and have the Yoms Vikings go and siege the capital if necessary. But we're hunting right now. That's the important thing. Tyke, my son's name, and also Master of the Hunt, has gathered us all together today. The chieftain wants to hunt a stag. We're along for the ride. Good luck to you all. Even if we fail, we'll gain some points in hunter skills. That'll be good. Only get better at making mistakes and learn how to have to fix them. So the thing is, I've played like 800 hours this game. I know it's a mistake. I know how to fix it. I just shouldn't make that mistake at all. So you are correct, though. We'll learn how to improve by making my stupid mistakes. Hey, Red Paradox, thank you for the resubscription. You've been asleep at night, so you haven't been able to catch a stream. You're back now, though. Hey, Red Paradox, thank you for hanging out with us. If you're sleeping, if you're waking, it's nice having you as part of the community. Thank you, Red, for your generosity. Yeah, thank you for being part of the should-be-sleeping brigade. All the fine Europeans should be sleeping. Oh, speaking of which, as many of you know, I sent out New Year's cards this year. We sent them out to 4 continents. We sent them to Europe, the United States, or not United States, sorry, North America, Asia, and South America. That's pretty cool. We sent New Year's cards to 4 continents. I bet we can get Australia next time without too much trouble. And I know we have some viewers in some parts of Africa also. If we could send New Year's cards next year to 6 of the 7 continents, I'd be so pleased. I do have some friends who have worked at the South Pole before, in Antarctica, but I don't think they've watched the stream at all. But pretty cool stuff. Y'all are in so many places. This is Kettlemunder. He is currently picking flowers on the ground. He might be a witch. He might be a witch. I need witches. It's too late, but I'll ask him, what are these flowers? Please tell me about witchcraft. I just need to be a witch. Alright. My acquaintance Tyke spots branching antlers. The cunning buck is there. We find it. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Heeding the call of the wilds and adventure, this outing delivered the good and the bad. We brought down a mighty beast. We give the dog its share, returning reinvigorated. With more points in Wienator, we are 3 points away from finishing the Eat All the Animals, Fight All the Animals perk. Next up, we'll have to hunt some birds, as the true Vikings do. Alright, our finest commander is ready to march the troops south. We'll do that. I'm just going to go straight for their capital. Again, this group I'm more worried about, but they seem to be involved in multiple wars, and I have no idea why. Y'all want to white piece out? You understand I will defeat you. One will not accept the end of the war. The other one also will not. In that case, I'm going to destroy them. They've made a terrible decision in not backing down. Let's see how this goes. I can throw a new hunt already. Alright. There's no place with spotted animals. Or we've spotted animals. I just need 2 points in hunting, so literally any hunt will be fine. Unfortunately, as a king, it's relatively expensive to do a hunt. $100 dues. Let's see what we can do. Hey, Soul Irish, how's the island doing? I guarantee that Ireland is still sundered. It's very early game. It's a bunch of wandering tribes here, there, and everywhere. And, you know, eventually they'll find their way to peace in our time, but not quite yet. Let's see. Oh, actually, it's partially taken over by the Kingdom of the Isles. Wow. Ivar Boneless of the Isles has become a flavor of Christianity. What are you doing as a Christian? I think he's that to convince the Irish people to like him. He definitely was a true Norse when the game started. Huh. Catholicism in my Norse people? Jorvik is luckily still Austro-Norse. Leinster is also Austro. Connacht currently trying to take over Leinster. I don't know. I'm surprised he converted this time. He hadn't after about 10 years, I think, but strange stuff. Anyway, we're hunting, we'll make some camp, we'll try to kill the beast to get our last 2 points we need. Okay, this army has no commander, I have no idea why. And did you hire mercenaries? The group has a much larger army than a minute ago. They hired mercenaries. You absolute jerk. So, we have 435 skirmishers here. They're Yeoman's Viking pirates, which are temporary troops. The kind of war territory we're in benefits archers, so we'll probably lose this battle. Mercenaries, cheating. So finish the siege and then flee at once. They may not get away. Game believes I will defeat at least the first group. Past that, I'm not sure. My top commanders in the other army, because they're just marching and not currently fighting, they're about to fight. Okay, so the enemy's running. Is it possible that I can get another commander in time? It's not possible. Hopefully 21 is good enough. The chieftain here is at 14. He'll be the commander. So we should win this, in part due to the river crossing. Even with the larger group coming in, I think we're going to win. Bad roll for us, but we have... Ooh, actually only 3 champions. So our champions may not be able to win this thing once the other group comes in. We'll see. It's going to be a close one for sure. But while that's happening, my beneficiary Holfer comes in with a good mood. I'm not making promises, but if I made a true masterpiece, what idea would guide my hand? You're making me a shield. Shields are not carried on the character. They go on the wall. So let's see. We could say cause more casualties, instill fear in raiding, or encourage my champions. As much as I enjoy raiding, anything to bonus the Vikings, so help out the old champions, thank you. Alright, so they now have sufficient numbers to defeat us, and they are going to do so. A shame, a shame, a shame. We're at 93% war score right now. I'm sure they'd white piece out. I don't want a white piece, though. Okay, there's probably no way to get more troops there urgently. I have... how many unraised troops? Holy cow, I put a bunch away. I forgot. I put away one large portion of my troops in time. So this is not going to raise in time for me to defeat these folks. But it'll be an excellent invasion force for heading through. It'll be ready in 2 weeks' time. Good. But then, apparently, the accursed Jantvather Spit in my son's food. Oh, this is the kid that we beat up earlier? Huh, I'm not sure. This child looked like they'd been beaten up terribly. And so Boyardee screamed at him, calling him a churl. Boyardee has been fighting every single day. Not a minute goes by without him plotting petty revenge. So vengeful or deceitful. Vengeful is the Viking way. Now, that son is training and learning, I believe, which seems radically unimportant for being a true Viking. So I'm going to change your... I don't want to be a battler. You're 14 in personal fighting, but you don't want to focus on martial. All right. You'll be a sage warrior all at once. Okay. That's enough troops. Move at once. I don't think we'll get there in time, but we'll be able to pick them up before they unsiege everything. Also, in the battle in the south, we captured a variety of characters who are of different religions. I'm not interested in celebrating diversity today. I'm interested in defeating all those who would come against me. We lost that battle as expected. They were not stack wiped, thank goodness. They're trying to unsiege. We'll be there in time. Hey, Steve, how's it going? Hello, everybody. I haven't said hi to everyone who said hello today. I'm doing a little bit less of that, but please know I have a hello in my heart for every one of you. While we're hunting, the party has been gathered together. We have a 70% chance of success. Let's go hunt an elk. Also, one of my children wants an alliance with me. If I decline him, he gets sad. All right, child, don't you whine. It's okay. It's okay. Poachers here in my territory? I'll ask them to help me become an even better fighter. The hunting skills are shared. Speaking of hunting, we are gathering together, preparing to ambush the elk. It started with a rumble, then the whole world began to shake. Ooh, inappropriate timing. As if Loki himself were trying to tear the taiga asunder. Before long, a sea of elk engulfed the clearing. My vassal is stuck in the middle with me. The brutes are avoiding him for now. If I do not act, he will die. This vassal likes me, so I could yell, "I'm coming!" with a 0% chance of me dying as I try to save him. I can try to redirect the stampede. I can take out some stragglers, or say you help yourself. I will save you. I rescue him unscathed. That's the superhero movie portion of the playthrough. However, despite saving our friend here, the animals got away. These clever girls getting away. Became more famous for helping out the fellow. We're now up to the living legend, the highest possible level of prestige. Everybody loves me. We're a true Viking lord. The age of 61. We've hit the highest level of that. Good stuff, good stuff. We'll win that battle, definitely. In the south, we are not seeing our troops. There they are. They're sieging down. We are being attacked right now. So because the war we're fighting is a defensive war, level 2 Wenator, because the war we're fighting is a defensive war, I believe we can just defend our territory and win. So I'm going to leave behind a sieging army here and move the main stack up to defend that. After that's done, we'll shift over to take the capital of the enemy we defeated a moment ago. Okay. This is my son, Chieftain Tyke, who will want to become the king. Following the death sentence of a lowly thief, I asked my son, the Chieftain Tyke, what he thought. He expressed his doubts about whether any god could want the realm to be ruled by a harsh law. He becomes cynical, not believing in the gods. Or we can teach him to be just, or we can teach him to be temperate. Just as it is, you will be king, and you will rule with a friendly but appropriate heart. In the north, we captured an enemy. It's a captain of a band. He is of Ergo-Permian heritage. Gotta love that for sure. Worth money to yourself? He's not. You won't join me, will you? No, because he's the leader of this group. I don't know. I don't know. Demand conversion, give me a hook. What's Demand's conversion? He'll go forth speaking of Odin and such. All we ever want. Also, people in the prison are starting to die. If I want to blot, I definitely need to do that fairly soon. Before they all go stale on the shelf. Enemies are fleeing, so speedy commander needed. They're going to get away for now. Actually, not quite. Speedy commander moves the fastest. Yeah, a little bit of the war right now is just endlessly chasing people down. That said, a faction is rising up against me. It is a group of peasants from Rusa here. Rusa, I know you don't want to support me, but Rusa, I don't know. Hey, Big Cat, thank you for the generous tip. Russia Orthodox forever. Not for the achievement we're doing. The achievement we're doing needs us to make it all Islamic. We're working on it. We're still true Norse pagans, though. Fred, at this point, it's been another hour since the last ad break. We'll go and take an ad break right now for 3 minutes. Do some crossword puzzle. When the ads are over, we're back to the game. You won't miss a minute of it, I promise. So, how much farther can we get here? 10 down. Dies blank a Latin hymn. Is the Dies Irae, but I think is spelled that way. Oh, it's an S at the end. Dies Irae is like that. Reference book. Ref book. The dict, possibly. Rough. Sorry, blank dire. Jury selection process. It's voir dire. There we go. The contraction with 2 apostrophes is Idov. I would never write Idov. I'd probably say it, but I would have is Idov. Ugh. Countercurrent is an eddy. The across here is lactic acid. Built up during workout is lactic acid. What might cause someone to snap? Some slam poetry. So I misspelled Dies Irae entirely. Good. Cheap in ad speak. I guess economic. I don't know how exactly that's abbreviated. So recognize as seen. Good. Econi, possibly? I don't know. Lo-fi genre that boomed during the COVID-19 lockdowns. So bedroom pop, perhaps. Pushing the envelope. Avant-garde. Good. Some Parmesan. Nope. Some Parmesan topped courses. So something salads. Dinner salads. Caesar salads. Not sure. Tennyson's Raint and blank. I have no idea. So ice box cakes. I have no idea what you want here. Like nut bars, maybe. Something bars seems likely. Maybe not. Back to that in a bit then. Okay. Done of the awful truth. Lena Dunn, I believe. So Eden Lee instead of Edenic. Lena's name is 2 E's, I believe. Maybe. Informal discussion. Jib jab. The Y might be wrong. Maybe it's not Lena Dunn. Leanna? About. Circa, definitely. Detangler targets. Probably knots. Good. Lower. With an S at the end. So dims, of course, but like W dim the light, not dims the light. Encouraging start. Encouraging start could be the letter E. Not sure. Air saws. That means like a parent, I believe, or so-called, maybe. A conjurer, possibly a mage. I wasn't feeling good about same down here until we got mage correct, so we'll see. Oh boy, time for a little bit of French. C'est blanc que tu parles? I have no idea. Dried out. Could be arid, dried out. Could be dry, like hanging on a laundry rack. Dried out. Could be like leathery. Not sure. All right. Dow literally. Path. I said way earlier. It's, of course, path. And jobs are posts. Like, I've been hired to this post. Can't believe I didn't get that earlier. Icebox cakes. I don't know what you want here. 52 across is easy for a Spaniard. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not a Spaniard, though I do speak fluent French. No, there's some I just don't know. But I'm glad you know that one. I'll see if I can get it right soon enough. Peters, who won an Emmy for Mayor of Easttown. Not sure. Maybe Evan. Creator of a surreal dream sequence in Hitchcock's Spellbound. Yeah, no idea. Queen's Blank Park. Still no idea. Okay. Hater rating. Ren part? Maybe? Paradisical. EDEG. Hater rate in? Like with an apostrophe at the end? Hater rate in. Maybe. Okay. Cheap in ad speak. Econo, I think. Like Econo Lodge. Parmesan top courses. We were just doing these, I'm sorry. Icebox cakes. No baddie. Knob. All right. Peters, yeah, we did that. We're confidently. Eck. Okay. Maybe Lena Dunn is not the correct name. I thought it was, though. Rock. Girl, you rock that necklace. There we go. The Velázquez painting with Foucault's use. Yeah. There's a painting that Foucault uses. It's a painting of a painting. It is a little girl who's the queen, I think. That may not be Velázquez. Those of you who know the answer, am I on the right path? Is that the one it is? Or I'm not going to get the name right now. Edith Wharton character, I don't know. Part of a company, I have no idea. All right. We've made no progress this time, but the ad break is over. Yeah, history of art is not my friend, unfortunately. Some philosophers talk about this thing quite a bit. I don't know aesthetics well either, though. I know nothing. What I know, though, is we're going to win some wars and finally be at peace. Peace in our time. Okay, with that, we went up to 69.72. And look at that. Hurlford comes forward and makes a famed item. A wooden shield of masterful craftsmanship constructed from sturdy oak planks. And bound together with a rim of wrought iron. Yes. The edge is inlaid with boar tusk and painted with images of writhing bodies. Thank you for the nice item. It's not as good as I wanted it to be. It's not worth that 100 or whatever money it was, but at least it fills in a necessary slot. Behold, my shield. Behold. All right, someone wants to talk. My Marshal Yarborn has excelled during recent battles. My court is buzzing with excitement. What an accomplished champion. What a role model. What a man. This is the former king of Sweden. He likes me okay, finally. With all the praise raining down on him, it's clear I'm supposed to do something. I can speak well, or I can give him a county. Absolutely not. Speaking well is super nice. Alright, so we'll siege this one. We're still involved in 3 wars. This battle will not contribute to the win. The King of White Rus is interested in joining the war against me. Can you all just chill out? No, but really, can you all just chill out for a little while? Like, I just need fewer wars for a moment, and they'll be fine, thank you. This force is not needed for anything. I'm going to put you all away. Fine, thank you. We then have captured a bunch of people. All right. So one on top, the chieftain. He does not give war score. He does give money. Lovely. Hello, Zarni. You are absolutely nobody. You stay in the prison. Fido, decent fighter, but not good enough for us. All these are various wrong flavor pagans, so they'll keep their positions for soon enough doing something, I hope. Hey, we're losing a battle. Hey, we're losing a battle. Hey, we're losing a battle. Too many war fronts. Too many war fronts. But someone wants to come to a tournament. This tournament is dueling. You know what? Sure. It's 5 months away. You know what? Never mind. 5 months is too far of a walk for right now. White Rus has joined in also down here. Now, luckily with the big group we've got, they'll be able to fight off all of this. It's good. Hey, Keepers, you tend to get rid of elective law as soon as possible. What's the best way to get votes needed to ensure succession? It's a slow process. I think the one thing to say is it's relatively slow unless you have hooks. Number one is appoint someone who's good. I appointed a child. This is not a good way to go, but I think we're going to make it through. Yeah, but appoint someone who is worthy of the title when you're doing election. So an adult person who's not evil, ideally of high prestige, also that has positive traits of the kind that your people care about. So pick people who have virtues, people who are Vikings in the case of the North here. Yeah, I enjoy the elective situations. Feels riskier in some way. Happy to report, though, that our boy is getting old enough now that other people are starting to vote with us. Namely, the Jarl Boothly has decided to come on board. He is quite pleased. He's only a child. He's a warrior of great prowess. See, at 10 in combat, he's a fine warrior who'll serve us well. This fellow's at -2, so we're very, very close to him switching over. -15 here. Who have the big votes? So the -2 is only one vote, but very easy to get. We are currently swaying this Jarl Birgir, who is... someone I want to ask to join me once the wars are over. I'm going to stop this for right now. We'll come back to it later. And then we'll return to this. 10 prowess is only decent. The child is how old again? The kiddo is 9 years old. He will literally rip us all apart at age 9. Thank you very much. Back to our election for now. So the ones at 2 points. The ones at 2 points is one that I'm gonna be good with. Are hooks from Fabricated Hook good enough to force a vote? Yeah, you can use weak hooks, I do believe, but they are shorter periods of guarantee, I think. Yeah, if you use a hook, it's a shorter period of time, or maybe it's only always 100 years. I can't remember now if they differ, but you can use weak hooks, yes. All right, hello, friend. I sway you one time, you vote with me, it will be good. Please get me out of this war as fast as possible. Oh, am I the head of the culture? Bum, 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 bum. We became head of the culture a long time ago and I didn't notice. We're nearly done with More Better Castles. Only 10 years to go. Then we switch to siege weapons immediately. So we're changing over to finishing this. 5 years we switch over to it. Fine. How long have I been sitting in the wrong in the wrong technology? Probably since we became Sweden, I'd guess. Alright, y'all are doing nothing. You all go home. A good victory there. This will contribute to war score. So 100%, awesome. Out of a war that was merely defensive. For doing that, though, we got 21 money. Nice, 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 nice. So next up is marching to this capital. We're at 78 right now. We can get more via battles also. So I'm actually going to head and take the fight. Because taking that fight will allow us to... hopefully end the war urgently. We'll keep an eye out for them. Oh no, my friend, the leader of the Yoms Viking has died. Oh, who's running the Yoms Vikings now? It's a guy. Good old Half Dan. Only half a Dan? Not a Daniel, merely a Dan? He's got the lover's pox and has given up on sex entirely. Maybe we'll be friends someday. Hello, Sunnyside. Or Sunnyside. How often does he study mounts? He's like, allow me to consider piling up blocks. Won't that be glorious? Yeah, he piles up the blocks, he puts down the blocks. It's all he really needs. Do I need to move more troops here? If I leave siegers behind, I'll move the main stack here, stopping them before they finish the siege. Avoid the river as always. This person's a holy warrior, so he'll do well in fighting against these people because they're not our faith. We have a speedy mover. I'm not currently moving in the south though, so we'll change this out to stronger commander. This group is going north. I would like to catch them if possible. They're going around. We're crossing the river here, but not there. We have multiple groups moving in multiple places. We will catch them there, allegedly. I like that. This group is moving, I don't know where. This group is going to attack also. Fine. As right now, all battles are happening in the correct locations. We feel good about all of them. This group is coming around to head to the capital along the big river. That's fine. It's all, just fine. A good victory and then the siege. That victory pushes to 100 though. We captured a champion. Wow. You're a pretty good champion. You want to join me? Heck yes he does. Heck yes, heck yes. We captured this man also. This man is pretty smart. With a wrong faith. If he joins me, we wouldn't really need much out of. Maybe he's a mystic is all it's cool, but I think you stay in the prison for the blot. So we've won this war. I'd like to siege, I think, on both of these. So we can maybe get some special items. Because they have special items. I just need to make sure we don't get attacked there. You're free. Welcome to the world of fighting. Thank you for being a champion. In the north, this group needs to head here urgently. How does anyone pay attention to all the wars at once? How does anyone do this? We're losing another stack because I can't watch all the battlefronts. As I said before, this is the real advantage the AI has on any human player. They can watch every battle simultaneously. And the peasants raise themselves up against me. Mostly in the new territory here. So, I have more troops to raise. We'll do that. Not there, though, because they'll immediately get stomped. Here instead. They'll be ready in 5 months' time. Very, very soon. And we'll leave sieging armies one more time right here. And then head forward to beat up the peasants. Yeah, this war is sealed up. We could end it. I just want to do one more round of sieges. Alright, that one's done. So put the troops away. We captured the king's kinswoman. She's not worth money. She stays in the prison. Except her family's kind of large. I don't want to upset that via blotting. So you can go free if you renounce your claims. Fine. Give up your religion. That's fine too. Okay, they're running away. They're coming back to defend now. We will win this battle. No worries. No worries. The peasants are running away. They're probably going to unsiege the capital of White Russ. We should finish our siege before they finish theirs. This is more than enough troops to move forward and beat up on the Vikings. Sorry, the peasants, rather. Also, the war target is being sieged. So I'll be splitting this group in a moment. We defeated the group here. We're at only 32% war score. They control the war target. Once we get the capital, help there for sure. Alright, so you all split in two. One half beats up the peasants. The other half moves to support the capital here. Want to the one victory? I will as soon as the siege finishes here. I was hoping to get an item, because early game we don't have many items. We can do just one more, we'll be fine. Okay, they're staying out of it right now. They're not going to the capital. They're going here instead. We'll march on it. Does not have a river crossing, I believe. Up here, peasants being defeated. Up here, just siege very, very slowly. Alright, we finished that siege also. We have a child captured. Child is worth money. Good. As that ransom is handled, we then close off this war. It's closed off. Alright, so one battle is completed. We can now focus entirely on the north. So, get you all together. We also captured a leader of the peasant revolt, so that's done too. Fantastic. Only one war remains. Peasant leader is nobody special. He's going to the blot also. Alright, y'all go here. Another battle. Again, unfortunately, we're capped on battle points. But we're fine. We swayed Otter. Otter is the fellow we wanted to sway to get our election going in the right direction. So we have now 17 votes against the 48 votes of the number one candidate. But this guy is now... Where is he? Where's Otter? Wasn't he an elector who's at -2? Well, this guy's now at -5 or so, so we try to convince him to like us instead. Good victory there. We have a ton of money, a ton of prestige. We should use that to build up wherever we can. So give me tribal holding 2 at our capital. You'll just stand in there. I'm gonna put this group away also. We'll be fine. These two armies together should be able to take all of this sooner or later. Alright, everything is under control. Everything's turning up resorty. Another good battle. Fine. Oh no! Ivar the Boneless out here has died. We're maintaining alliances despite the fact that the rulers out this way are, yeah, all non-Norse. Will they dominate Ireland? We're gonna see. At least have one nice ally in case we need them. Hold has given birth to a son. This is our number one daughter. Plenty of children. It's fine. Also, how old's our heir now? When I say heir, I don't mean this guy. I mean the other one. I'm still intending to disinherit. Up to 11. So 1 year away from being a proper adult. We lost our physician and our seneschal all at once. Do we have a new physician who can take over then? This one of average skill, a bold maniac. We'll go ahead and do our daughter for now. She'll take care of us. Need an antiquarian also. The fellow who made our tapestry is good for that. And seneschal, genuinely anybody who will help keep control up. Alright, one siege almost finished. If we take any of this, immediately the ticking war score goes away. As we'll gain not only the points for sieging finishing, but also for -33 going to 0. So soon. Could throw tournaments. Could throw hunts. We captured the leader. You have money? You do, but I'm just gonna end the war. We have peace in our time. There you go, team. There you go, there you go, there you go. We captured people's daughters also. Alright. Time to find out if anybody will give me money or is from a large family, they're allowed to leave. Otherwise, it is time for the grand sacrifice fun. There is no one who has money. Your family is 5 people. Not that big. No family, no family, no family, no family. One person, one person. All right. No one has been saved. Is there a downside trying to make my current primary heir the heir to my kingdom? I don't want him to get it. I think that's all it comes to. He has gout. The number one reason I don't want him to be king is he has a gouty toe, indicating he's not done a good job of taking care of himself at age 8 or so. Yeah, that's the roleplay reason why we made him not inherit. You know what? I'm just going to go ahead and do it. I'm just going to do it. We're going to disinherit him. He comes and says, Father, why? Father, why? Because of the toe. All right. Everybody hates that, but that's okay. And so our son will now inherit at least our minor titles. Cool. We took over more territory. Out here, we just don't care. We were working on getting additional people into the court to... Okay, people into the court to marry to give land to, but no luck. All right, I disinherited you. May I give you a county now? What do you say? You want a county, kid? Here, you have 2 counties to make up for what I did. Good job, boyo. Good job, boyo. Okay, 9,000 troops. We're filling up to 14,000. We are definitely the big bopper of the north now. This person did nicely join us. I believe it's the case that someone else must have invaded. I intend to peacefully vassalize. Denmark is still a proper kingdom. Eland is not, but they are distant from me. Over here, we see a bunch of people who are not our faith, so we have to fight via holy war for a time, I think. All right, we get 4 more knights. Our whole reason to go that direction. So many knights. So good, so good. We can take some more kingdom titles if we want to. The price that was, what, 500 money, I believe? Yeah, we're not quite that rich. Though we could go raid for money to make kingdoms. We'll see. Also, I just now realized we're a king. We could have 1 character be our mightiest knight. So, if we choose our caravan master, should be a tactician. It's a bonus to men-at-arms counter efficiency. And a contender. More prestige for all the knights we have. Could also be valiant if we want. Knights cause armies to do more damage. Or huntsmaster. You know what? We're going to make you valiant as main job. And then contender again is mostly hostile looter bonuses. She is lowborn though. There's an achievement for having a lowborn character win a tournament, I believe. It's a very hard achievement. You know what? Sure. We'll make you contender. What do we call you? King's Guards. I'm absurd. So, she fights well in turn especially. Oh yeah, you can't have a tournament as a woman. Only secret women can go in tournaments. You're right. You're right. In that case, contender is useless. Well, hello to you, Vlaslava. Not lowborn. Hello, Holstein. Not lowborn. Lowborn but old. Everyone's in their mid-40s. What happened to have young champions? Alright, hello to you, Rix Gothi, with your 17. If I make you into a champion, what happens? Or are you Rix Gothi? He's not good enough. He can't be a champion. Alright, fine. Visavla. You'll be that valiant contender. The Iron Arm is pretty cool. Something more, though. The Bloody Blade. Oh, it's so good. The Bloody Blade is the name of our first accolade. Got prestige. Dal can take over afterwards. Wants that level up as time goes by. Okay. So, I wish to see Russia. I cannot see Russia from my own house. I wish to see what Russia looks like. It is a kingdom? The kingdom that isn't extant. It's an empire. Okay. So we have to take over all of this and make it Islamic. Let me see the exact wording of the achievement we're going for. starting as North Germanic, convert to Islamic faith, convert all of Russian region to any Islamic faith. Cool. So again, the way I want to do that is by taking over all of Russia if we can, and then becoming Islamic and then convert to Islamic. I'm hoping to do it as a popular enough king that our vassals will change with us. There are no guarantees. We're feeling very strong right now. We got plenty of money. We got plenty of prestige. I think we might just want to keep on rolling forward. And we've already used our kingdom level attacks of both kinds. Estonia. Did you change religions, Estonia? Maybe your father was my religion? That must be what it is. He changed religions, though. I thought he was ready to vassalize to me. Brutal. Brutal, Estonia. Well, I must bring you in line a different way. We have an alliance. Alright, sweetie. If only you would change religions, it'd be good. He's so far against it, though. Alright, so this is my next target. We do have another truce still, so maybe a little later. Porok here is part of which empire rightfully? It is Russia indeed. So Porok, you're already being attacked by somebody else. By Lithuania. Can I get to you first? Our region is not only the Ure Empire. Oh, good call. Because we did the region of Africa, and it was multiple empires. Alright, gotta find the... Gotta find what Russia means again in this one. But good call, thank you for reminding me. Alright. The Russian region. I've clicked it. It goes to here. This looks very, very similar to the Empire of Russia. Well, it goes down this way, sorry. So through Kiev. That's Russian. Over to Halik. Okay. If I pull up the Imperial title now, it's not quite the same. Alright, so it is all of Russia and then a little bit of West Slavia there. So I actually want to take West Slavia first so I don't forget about doing so. I can't invade you though because you don't touch me, correct? I can. Oh, we can launch a Varangian adventure. We don't want to do that. Varangian adventure, rather. Alright, I'm going to work my way down here, I guess. Now, White Rus joined against me earlier. I wish to destroy you for your absolute arrogance. Alright, so we're going to have peace in our time. Apparently that was a lie. Just like a brief throat clearing. We're at very low prestige also, so I'm hoping I get some battles here. If not, I really do need to go on some raiding. I said it a number of times, but I'm sure I remember this time. Oh no! A counselor died, and the King of Novgorod joined in against me again. You do understand I just defeated you. You really should stay off the battlefield. I lost our steward. There's a very, very good steward who's not a large vassal. How are the large vassals feeling? This one hates me! I appeared to have vassalized in the last war and didn't quite realize I'd done so. You want to change my religion? She could do so. That helped quite a bit. She's quite good at diplomacy and martiality. The chieftain here is not a large vassal, so I will move over to... Start to consider a proposal. Move you over instead. Okay. She decided to change religions. Cool. She will come to like me soon enough then. Because we know a group is attacking here, I moved all of my men at arms across. I'm going to split you in half. And leave this half to fight here. These people are not involved in our war, but I'm happy to go attack them. Leading by example, my daughter Thordis comes in, somewhat injured. Pah! She shrieks, running towards me, crying with a guilty-looking alpha leader in tow. A huge gash mars her face. She hit me with a real sword. She said she was going to be a warrior like me. Alright, so Thordis got hit in the face by my daughter. So one daughter beat up the other one. Listen, war is no game. Or haha, taking after your pa. Or we attempt to help the weaker daughter. Or children, I don't care. I'll give the senior daughter a little confidence in her fighting abilities. We Vikings love to see it. Need a steward also? So there is a steward who's an 11 who wants to be on the council. Why do you hate me still? One second. Once on the council, bad cultural acceptance, demand conversion, disinheritor. All the worst things. So many worse things. We're gonna ignore you for right now. You'll be fine. Alright. Jarl Boothly is already voting for my candidate. Jarl Eminder will get closer if I put him on the council. That said, he's absolutely terrible at stewardship. So, Jarl Bjorn is somewhat better. Oh, it's terrible. Everyone's so bad. Everyone's so bad at these jobs. Jarl Stein is an 11 on stewardship. Stein, you're going to move to be steward, please. You're not that good, but this will be okay. Jarl Stein. Hello? 11 in stewardship. That's Boothly. There he is. Okay. And the Chancellor then becomes the one who might vote for me soon. Who's a large vassal. He's not that good. He's not that good. It's fine for now. Just stay out of the way. You're okay, boss. But I plan to make him Marshal instead. Nope, that's it. The only Viking diplomacy is the Blade. My favorite Wesley Snipes movie. The Blade. Alright, show me the election. Show me how poorly we're doing on this one. We're up to 17 votes. Still just the 2. We're currently swaying Kettle, I believe, so getting closer. If need be, I can go through and bribe absolutely everyone. The big issue is still as a child, so getting closer and closer to adulthood. I could develop hooks if I want to, but down here, the Jarl Stein, recently put on the council, is also voting toward my son. Just one vote, but one vote surely helps. Thank you for the assistance there. We're going door to door, knocking on everybody's door, trying to get in. The enemy's being besieged here. I'm going to ignore that for right now. We'll move the forces up soon enough. Are the Yeoman's Vikings currently busy? They're not. Alright, Yeoman's Vikings, come forward. You fine pirates, come forward and prepare to go defeat or defend my territory. You have only 3 knights. They have 10. Never mind. Don't go in quite so aggressively. You'll wait your way, help some. It became an occasional treat, an unusual habit, but I'm a good Norseman. And what Norseman hasn't eaten some dodgy herring in his time? Over the last few weeks, though, Hold's predilection for utterly rotten fish has gone from tolerable idiosyncrasy to a pungent omnipresence. My daughter's disgusting. This morning, when I discovered what she'd done to the latrine, I decided I'd had enough. I found her in the hall, face soaked in fetid brine, half of fish lazily dripping down her chin. Alright, we can say let's have a chit-chat and convince her not to eat such disgusting food. I can move my quarters, I can throw her in the prison, or I can say I'm just gonna leave. Let's have a chit-chat. She is so insulted that I question her fishy choices. Oh no, what have I done? What have I done? I need to affirm my daughter's life choices, not question them, I suppose. For whatever reason they're disengaging, having not finished the siege, maybe they're worried about the Yeoman's Vikings coming in. That siege is going well, that siege is going well. Today my son Tyke was taught a lesson in vassal management by Avo. It was a complicated course, necessary but maybe a bit beyond his grasp. Everyone makes mistakes, Tyke says. When I rule, I'll forgive. Live and let live. Perhaps he'd be too forgiving of a ruler. So forgiveness is a sin among the Vikings. So I could say let's trust instead, or be patient. Patience, trusting, let's take patience. A rational paragon, he's called. That's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. The enemy banner. The battle down here ended in an astounding victory. I listened to the messenger as reads a report from Dala, my caravan master. My lord, we cornered the enemies. They made a valiant stand. They gave their lives protecting this banner. The banner of Yaroslavlia. I will absolutely burn it to get ourselves more prestige. Keep that prestige train going. We also just swayed Kettle again. So did that switch his vote yet? Probably not. Gotta be getting closer. Hey, that's Boothly still. Kettle is here. He's at a 0. So one more point of friendship and we are good to go with one more vote. Each vote we peel away helps us too. Alright, in this siege we captured someone's mom. Hello person, you want your mom back? You can give me 45 money, that's good enough for now. Okay, so we've taken their capital. The actual goal of this war is this section on the right of the river. This river is the river Dnieper. We'll shift them over to here to just take more. Because this group moved back across the river, I'm less concerned about them. So I'm going to move my large sieging army, or not sieging army, my Jomsviking army in this direction. We'll fight our way through, but that's fine. Chef Boyvardi comes of age. He's a curious child. He's eager to learn. He got 2 stars. Not so good, but we appreciate your gaudiness down there. I wish to find you a bride. And that bride... I wish to find you a bride. All I care is that she's willing to marry patrilineally, and she's a good spouse to you. So... this nice North lady is 43 years old. A bit much, a bit much. Let's look at people who are a little closer to what we'd like. And our culture, our religion, ideally. A 12-year-old dwarfish person. You know what? That sounds fun. Alright, this lovely little lady will come hang out with you. And they're not going to rule, except for a county here. And that'll be fine. Got an alliance also with... Jorvik over in the north of England. Cool, cool, cool. I see that White Rus has gotten their army and they're coming around. Is this army an army of mercenaries? It is not. It is not, actually. So, they have 11 knights versus our 9 knights. I'll be bringing this troop down to support. The commander here is one of my stronger. The area we're fighting in will be a hill. We don't have any mountain commanders, unfortunately. Haven't seen a single one. In the deepest place of the world, once again, the peasants are convinced they know about giants and trolls and all the rest. We go forth and we kill the troll once more. What will the troll be this time? These peasants, they are trolling me. Out comes another moose. This moose is as angry as the last one, terribly rabid. If we attack it, we have a 25% chance of dying. I've already gotten lucky once, I'm not trying it again. So we'll have our men fight it instead. The men puts it down. Good job to you all. Very pleased with that, actually. We could have gotten a major permanent injury, but we didn't, thank goodness. Keeping an eye on this force, they're probably going to unsiege the capital there. Oh, people are dying in the prison also. Where's blotting? There it is. The blot costs 220 money. I shouldn't do the blot while we're at war, because a lot of my vassals won't be able to come. And we need to blot to make the vassals like me, so vote for my child in the upcoming election. Oh, such nepotism, such skullduggery. If I leave a sieging army here, we'll have only 300 troops. That's not enough to go fight there. Because we scared off someone, I don't know who, I'm going to leave a sieging army here, have 1,400, and go fight this way. This is my best commander, he'll do well. Lately I've been pondering the education of my daughter Ragnhildur. Is warfare really right for her? I've been trained in scholarship. What should I do with that? She is bossy and sadistic. Scholarship has no place in her life. She's gonna stay on martial. That said, because she's not gonna inherit, I should instead have her educated by someone who's quite good in martial. Dala the Caravan Master will look after her from now on. What I like about this war front we have is I can watch the entire thing at once. I don't need to panic and worry about where we're losing troops. 1 second. So this group pulled back. I want to go up and around, ideally. And whoops.
up around and see if they land, or if instead they'll run. And then, we're continuing to sway Chieftain Kettle. How should we speak of him? He's lazy and arrogant. Arrogant and cynical and compassionate and good at stewardship, maybe. Ambition, no. Faith in the Lord, probably not. He's young and attractive. You know what, sure, you're 30. We appreciate your youth. It reminds me of when I was a kid. You know, back then we hung onions on our belt, as was the style at the time. He enjoyed that. He likes I told him stories about my own youth. Amazingly. I have no idea why he would do that, but he's pleased anyway. That's good stuff. Okay. We captured more children and heirs. The heir is not going to war score because the heir of some minor chieftain. Do you want your stutterer back? Holy cow, does he want a stutterer back? We have more than enough money now to build up more of our holdings, including some of the newer ones that have openings. So Ulva here has someone stationed there, namely the Varangians. So bonuses to heavy infantry would be good. That is the war camp. We'll do that. With that, we're impoverished again, but not for too long. Back to the battlefront. Nothing about right now. This small sieging army could be an issue. Just keep it in mind. Past that, check the prison for people who may be worth cash. The chiefess is worth cash, awesome. This Limpy is worth nothing. She could be a good doctor for us, as she's an herbalist and has some doctor abilities. So if she's willing to change religions, I will free her and make her into my physician. She's kind of old, unfortunately. That could be okay. Little Limpy. That's a nice name. The current position is my random daughter. I'm going to change her out with Limpy instead, who dislikes me but will come to appreciate what I've done for her soon enough. People are dying in the prison. That's too bad. Okay, the army of White Rust has returned. Are raiders attacking here first? Possibly. Also, Anglo-Saxon just made. I didn't see who did it, but someone became Anglo-Saxon up here. Where's the culture button? Okay, yeah, look at that. It's all become properly Anglo-Saxon. Nice. That's nice. I did not even notice that till just now. I wonder how long it's been Anglo-Saxon. Maybe the game even starts there, honestly. I don't remember. Oh, wow. France exploded. Burgundy is ascendant. The place of the Anjou pairs. Yeah, truthfully, none of the Frankian kingdoms remain. Everything's exploded. Huh. We'll see what comes of this. I'm getting a phone call from Otsu Shiga, Japan. I don't know anyone in Shiga Prefecture. I'm going to ignore that. I don't feel like speaking in Japanese right now. And I'd go past the hello, how are you part. I have no idea what to say. Man, Italy's lost also. There was definitely an Italy earlier as well. I don't know what happened there. I like keeping an eye on Europe, but it's just too much to watch, of course. Okay. I want to finish both these sieges. This one is just beginning, so I'm probably going to run away immediately. I don't want to get picked off there. Run away in, oops, this direction, please. Oh, the bridge is up that way. Sorry. We'll go through this. It's only 500 people, so they're probably going to die if they go that way. Good victory there. We then send the force here. Oh, better yet, we captured a chieftain. The war's over. Fine. Behold! Behold, more of Rus is ours. Behold the prison. Behold the money. Behold, behold, behold. Alright, all the troops are put away. The High Chieftain of Estonia has married my daughter. He unfortunately changed religions, and so he's not willing to vassalize now. We have an alliance, so I can't beat him up. He's also not in Russia, though, so it's not really a problem. But good, good, good. I'm being raided. If this territory was just taken over by me, I'm going to ignore them because they are leaving. But speaking about raiding, we should probably head in that direction. And we got to go all the way down and through here. Lucky, I'm happy to see that they're all independent of each other. They do have some alliances, but not too many. We're at negative prestige. Yeah, first thing tomorrow, we're going to need to make sure we have some raiding happening. Still at 17 points. Still at 17 points. But people are getting closer and closer. Who are the people who have lots of votes? Yeah, this guy with his 43 votes. The prior king of Sweden gets to decide things. He's voting for his own son there. It's getting closer. I'm not sure we'll be able to overtake him. He likes justice, though, quite a bit. It's getting closer. Getting closer. We could like spread some awful rumors about the fellow he's voting for. How many total votes are there, I wonder? This is 43. Oh, sorry, 43 is a total pile. He only has 10. This is the line for 10. Sorry. You've got 4, you're closer. You got 9, you're very far away. You got 8, you're fairly close. The 8, I think, is our next target. Why are you not voting for him? You're plus 25 on judgment. I believe people who are 100 points liking you give 50 points judgment instead. Is that true? It's plus 100. So actually, if we get these folks to like us enough, they'll just switch the vote for free. So you, my friend, I wish to just sway you. Absolutely. Best friends. Alright, folks. It is now just for 1 o'clock my time. I told my wife I would stop streaming by 1 today, so I should probably get going now. Today's Wednesday. Tomorrow's Thursday here, so I'll be back streaming again tomorrow. We got at least 2, maybe 3 more days of stream this week. I'm pretty sure we're going to achieve our goals in this game either tomorrow or the day after, depending on some measure on how much I focus on it. Like, the big question is going to be actually converting vassals here into Islamic, and that'll be a little challenging possibly, but we'll figure it out. Alright, we should probably end today as usual by finding someone to raid host. Give me a moment to pull up the directory of this game here. And, wait, where's my looking at things page? Did I close my browser? Well, this will work well enough for now. Alright, twitch.tv, CK3, who to raid host. And again, thank you all for coming by today. I hope you had a nice day. Hope things were fun for you. Hey, it's me. That's me. Hardcore Zombies PvP, streaming games on the hardest modes. That's a little bit too difficult for me. Hey, Mike Lamb, thanks for the follow, friend. I don't want to call it followers, but I appreciate a good time today. Wait, S.A. Jade Star. Unfortunately, no camera. We're just gonna go here. Are you a nice human? We say, hello, comma, friend. Please notice me. Please say hello. Oh, he's looking. Just how's it going, Resorty? How we doing? Oh, it's time for a fail raid, friends. You know what? Let's do it. Let's do it and see if the person knows me also, or eventually. Puppet Lord 1. When you get there, offer a hello friend, give them the kindest of words, offer some encouragement and all the rest. It should be a lovely time. They also play Project Zomboid, apparently. So, see you again real soon. Thank you for being a friend. Good night, goodbye, and thank you.
Fuck you, fuck me, anything? Bro, you didn't say anything.